What's up, everybody? This is Kurt H. I am the Lazy Farmer, and it's Happy New Year time. That's right, the end of 2024 is here upon us. And you know what? Honestly, it's been a weird year. Anyway, so all that being said, Happy New Year, everybody. I hope 2025 is honestly is prosperous and full of joy and all good tidings for everybody. So I hope 2025 is always better. Always the next year is always better. Anyway, um, tonight we are looking at the new DLC, and it's the AGS South, and then Phase One, which indicates it might be a Phase Two, which would be nice. And we are now currently overlooking the Norris yard. And let me hang on a second here. I gotta take a sip. I have my adult beverage. It's New Year's Eve. I gotta have an adult beverage. So who knows? Will I pass out on the stream? I don't know. Well, the stream's not made for kids anyway, so whatever. So anyway, we are looking north. So this particular DLC runs north-south. So the bowl is on the north side. Receiving yard is down here. Oh, can you guys even see? Oh, there it is. If I click on the screen, you can see my cursor. So here's the receiving yard down here, and I'm going to tell a story. I've been playing this deal. I mean, that's a long receiving yard. And there is a video that I did save. Two of my favorite videos. What's up? I just saw Adam. Hey, what's up, Adam? Happy New Year. So anyway, two of my favorite videos. I found it. It's about an hour long. It is of the Norris yard. And I'll be honest with you, the first thing that struck me is that in the Norris yard, there in the bowl, there are I don't know if it's there's auto racks that were humped, and I found that to be strange because I always thought auto racks were something you don't want to hump. But maybe, I don't know, maybe not humping auto racks might be a BNSF thing, might be a UP thing. I don't know. It might just be a Depot Plus thing. And I say that because there was, in my Discord, there was a comment that was left, and it was from somebody that is an engineer, and during locals, running a locals, I'm going to paraphrase the statement, was that air is used, that dynamic brakes aren't normally used. I want to clarify that. My using of dynamic brakes while I'm running locals and stuff was because of I'm gonna try to be political with this, but quite frankly, it was a lecture. And it was a lecture when I was doing my checkout ride for the Depot Plus that, you never use your brake. I was told never use your brakes, always use your dynamic brakes. So I started doing that because that's what was expected, not realistic, maybe not realistic in real life, but that's what was expected on the Depot Plus, or at least that's what the individual giving me the checkout ride said that is what was expected. That's what he is implying that was expected on the Depot Plus. So anyway, that being said, do I use air? Yes, I do. Once again, my goal with my servers that I have running, and by the way, I do have an AGS server up and running now, that the servers are there to learn and to get you ready for the depot, to get you ready for other public servers that probably may honestly right now. What's up, CSX? How you doing? Happy New Year to you. I'm doing well. Little hoarse in the throat, but hey, you know what? I'm getting rid of that with my adult beverage. So anyway, but that being said, I do air. I do, and when I'm not streaming. But the like I said, the servers and what I try to teach on my streams is, hopefully get you guys ready for the Depot Plus or other servers out there that require checkout rides. I do not require a checkout ride for NorCal. I do not require a checkout ride for any of my servers, but I will tell you that if you get on a server and you are, you get a warning, maybe two, it's that, the typical three strikes you're out type of thing. If we can't break you of a bad habit or change your bad habit into a good habit, then, we're just going to ask you to go find another server to play on and you'll be banned. So, but, I'm a very forgiving guy. I just have to make that statement. Thank you, sir. So anyway, that being said, let's talk about this. Like I said, I'm now currently playing on my server, and there go the explosions. Okay, and it was big. So anyway, like I said, if we look at the dispatch screen, I mean we can see down here at the bottom, Norfolk Southern, AGS South District. It's Birmingham, Alabama, 2 powers. And this is the north side, this is the south side. So this is the receiving yard here. So with the receiving yard and the hump right here, that means that the bowl is to the north. Okay, so we're looking at the bowl. That's the north, that's up, that's northbound, that's southbound. Receiving yard is all right here. The eastern forwarding or departure yard, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the DLC, I'm sorry, on the dispatch screen they call it a forwarding yard. That's probably what Norfolk Southern calls it. We'll just call it departure yard because that's where it's called on all other DLCs. And then we got the western departure yard. There's only 10 departure tracks. So the largest departure track is the western one. There are 7 tracks over there. There are 3 over here. So we want to tend to fill up the western and then overflow to the eastern. So let me talk about that. What you see, all these cars sitting here, especially this long string right here of cars, is what I've been working on for the last 2 days. This is, I'm going to say this because you all know the Roseville DLC that's my home DLC. I'm going to call that. That's my home DLC. That's where I grew up, going up and around from basically anything from Emeryville, California to Roseville, then up and over the mountains to Reno. That's the area that I used to take trips on as a kid. So that's why I call it my home DLC. So Roseville is my home DLC. Where do I actually live? I live smack dab in the middle of the Fresno to Modesto DLC that just came out. So that's a favorite, a favorite of mine. And I've been playing on in the Met a lot. And then I got paid. I told you guys as soon as I get paid, I was going to buy this DLC and start checking it out. It is by far the best piece of work that Run8 Studios has produced. And I'm not saying that lightly. I'm saying that simply because if we look at what I just brought up there in the lower left-hand corner, it's the manual. Take time to read through this. There is so much to this. And it's very, very descriptive. It really, as far as getting to know, and I've said this, that the Norfolk Southern tags confuse the heck out of me. And really I guess why it does is just simply because they're very, very arbitrary. So at least with CSX, I finally figured out the rhyme or reason behind the CSX tags, and of course Union Pacific, Burlington Northern, those are pretty much self-explanatory. And what I've had to come to grips with is just honestly being just accepting that, hey, this tag is going to go to a certain location, this tag is going to go to another, and it's just getting to know those locations and not, not warning you like AB45. And I'm going to pick on AB45 because that is what I ran 2 days ago. And AB45 is Norris Yard to Bessemer. Here it is, AB45. I mean, Norris Yard to Bessemer. These are the industries and the mileposts. I mean, that's pretty good work right here. A lot of information, and then an actual description of that particular local. So it's I'm not going to go into details. I'm just going to say if you haven't gotten the AGS DLC, I'm going to recommend it. I mean, honestly, somebody came out, just the other day, in the last stream I did, a question that was posed is, what's the best? And I at that time I couldn't nail it down as to which one is the best, but just in the sheer scope of all the documents that came with this DLC and how the DLC was set up, I'm going to say that this one is the best. And this one actually tells me, what's up, Bill? How you doing? Bill, I'm getting there. I think you're right. I mean, I'm not going to expect a map from the Depot Plus on this route anytime soon because there's just so much to it. It is very, it is very informative. And what that shows me is that with all the previous DLCs that came out, okay, I asked the question, why didn't they come up with the documentation for those DLCs that, that are similar to this one? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Happy New Year to you too, by the way. Hope you have your adult beverage in hand. I do. All right. Anyway, so um, there's a lot of crossover. There's BNSF, some UP, CSX, and I haven't dove into everything. I don't know. There's so much I don't know where to start. But and I will say this: if we take a look at the layout of Norris Yard and go back and compare it. No adult beverages. You're at work. Okay, well, if you're at work, I can accept it. You had to work on New Year's Eve. Man, I hope you're. I do hope you're home before midnight. So Truckin', how you doing? Happy New Year to you. I hope you had a great Christmas. So, so I do have a server going because honestly, this is just a fun. This one's fun. It's challenging. And I will tell you that yesterday, and I'm going to go cover the AB45 because that's really the only content that I have as of right now. But we look at, I've been spending the last 2 days trying to clear out the receiving yard. This receiving yard was full. I ran the AB45 2 days ago, and because I didn't know the route, it took me pretty much all day to run it. And when I left, there was maybe, I think, two trains sitting in here. I come back and it was almost 8 hours of working that one local. And when I come back, this yard was full. It was packed to the point I even had a train sitting down here on the other side of the bridge. There's some lights down here, so it was being held right there because it couldn't make it into the receiving yard. So the last 2 days, that's all I've been doing is pushing trains over the hump, pulling strings of cars out of the bowl to make room for the trains going that are being pushed over the hump. And this is what I've got. Pretty much except for this one last track over here. I've got, the western departure or forwarding yard full. The eastern the forwarding yard is full. No, I don't get off until oh my gosh, leaving Oakland on the wee hours of the morning is always an adventure, but especially on a holiday. And you never know if you're hearing fireworks or gunfire. Well, let's see. I used to work in Oakland on a regular basis. I will tell you it's probably gunfire. So I have a story of hiding underneath an MRI trailer with a couple of sheriff's deputies because and I'm thinking, when you're thinking Oakland, I'm thinking Oakland, California. And we were in the emergency room parking lot for Highlands Hospital, and a gunfight broke out. And I'm like looking at these two deputies, aren't you supposed to be out there stopping it? And they're like, nope, we let them get it out of their system and then pick up the pieces afterwards. So, yeah, if you're in Oakland, yeah, you're probably hearing gunfire. So, but anyway, so I did pull there. I've got yes, California. Oh my goodness. Okay, be safe over there, Bill. Be safe. So, I just realized too. You got Billy Griffin. I had a really good friend growing up. His name was Billy Griffin. Really good guy. Served in Vietnam. He's got some issues, but a lot of those guys that came out of Vietnam have issues. But he was a good guy. Anyway, is that a golf course? 4? Okay. Anyway, so working the AB45, that's what I was talking about, is right over here. I got 1, 2, these 2 strings right here are AB45, and I did use the external consist editor and I pre-sorted them. So I will probably tomorrow pull these 2 strings, double them up and then head on out. But we're going to go fly out and see if I can't show you where we go. And this is just cruising out the main line. And if I go to AB45, the first industry is STI. Oh, I'm not showing that to you. Hang on. All right, so if I go back, the first industry here is STI, and then GFS, and we're going to see those, but those are facing points, so you got to hit those 2 industries on the way back. And the AB45 is a turn, which means that it goes out and then comes back. So it goes all the way through here, 32nd Street Yard. I think these are CSX tracks. Not knowing much about this route, but I think, look at this. Hey, there's a pool right there. Let's go swimming. But I noticed a lot of detail, a lot of different. Where did I see it? Just something I saw when I was coming through, that there was building, and I was looking at the detail of, is this apartment complex right here? I was just looking at the detail of that particular piece of that asset, and I was just really amazed that it's pretty sharp looking. Anyway, so I'm sorry, got sidetracked. So here's STI, and then on this side, on the different main, is GFS. So now you can see that as we're heading out, we can't service them. We got to service these 2 on the way back. And I got all kinds of, I think these cars are sitting here. They're tagged to be scrapped. So I think pretty much those cars are just there for, we can pull them out if we want and expand the industry, or we can go ahead and leave it the way it is. And right now I'm going to leave it the way it is. And so, but I've got cars sitting here, and it will, so turn. Anyway, I put those in there 2 days ago. I might have to take a look at the time frame on those. So we keep heading out this way. And we're going to keep right on going. Then we've got, this was an interesting one to work. This one took me a lot. In fact, they had a track mobile sitting here. I replaced the track mobile with some MP15s to service these. So these haven't turned yet either. I'm really surprised. I have to take a look at the number of hours. I mean, the server's been up, so it should have, I mean, if it's 24 hours, they should have turned. Maybe it might be a little bit longer, which is fine, because that gives me more to work. And then here's the Bessemer yard. So the interesting thing about the Bessemer yard is all we do is we leave cars for BRL and what we got? WWL, I think is what it is. Yeah, WWL here in this yard. And then if we come over here, right there, there is a CSX Jeep sitting there. This car, this is all CSX. This is CSX Industries, but that Jeep basically will go up to the yard, pull those cars down, and then of course anything that's been worked and turned between WWL and if we head on over here, let's see, yep, we got to come in over here. So, and then we've got BRL over here. This is basically, and it's explained in that manual that this industry is, let me get back, sorry, that this industry basically is a repair industry. So we've got cars that are coming in. Now I have not changed these out, but we have steel coming in being represented by the beams, and then we've got recycled stuff going out. And then we can even simulate, if we needed to, locomotives coming in to be repaired. That's what this industry does, is it repairs locomotives and repairs cars. So these tracks here, you can set up and maybe put a car here that it needs to be, tag like a box car for BRL, and it'll simulate getting worked. If I was to change this, I would probably do something like the plant that's outside of West Colton and maybe change this one up and move some cars around. Who knows what the depot will come up with. I mean, and tonight's the last night for their public server, so who knows? We don't know what they're going to come up with, what they're going to end up doing. And this is, over here we have an intermodal yard. This is all CSX. But it is, I mean, if you want to bring cars in over here, you can. Leave them in the Bessemer yard, bring them over. But that industry, honestly, I think it's been modeled for future stuff. Remember, this is phase one. I mean, we come out here and this track just ends, and then look at all this. This thing just goes all the way out here and comes to an end. So, and there's a lot of area that's not even no vegetation or even, and they describe that what goes on in those areas. There's, and I think it's all for future expansion. It's going to be interesting. Be interesting to see what they do. So that's the AB45. And then right here, whatever cars you've picked up coming out this way, you can stick on this track so you can do a run around and then start going back the other way and work those last two industries. But that's the AB45. It's, like I said, and how it's worked, what industry has worked at what mileposts, very, very descriptive. And we've got more cars sitting here. I just put cars in there, so none of these cars worked. Let's go take a look at that. I'm kind of curious now. All right, let's go here. AB45, 48 hours. Okay, so they should have turned by now. Like I said, I've been doing it for 2 days, but maybe it was getting kind of late when I was running this one. I don't even remember. I think it might have been, it's almost 9 o'clock my time right now, so probably I'd say maybe in an hour or two these cars might start turning to where I can work it again, which it's something that I really want to do, but there is so much. Now we can talk about the receiving yard. They've actually they did a lot of work on this. When you get a previous DLC, something that, I mean, look at this. This is just like, that's just amazing. I mean, it's honestly, it's a lot of really good work on this. But one of the things with this DLC that they haven't done on others, when you got a previous DLC, any trains or any through trains, AI trains, those trains were made to test the routing and then left for us to manipulate however we see fit. And the industries were left to us to manipulate as we see fit. Hence, why when I finally figured that out, I went, oh, okay, then this is like a virtual model railroad. This DLC is different in that aspect that it is. We're back here to Norris Yard. I've had to on the server. I've had to turn off the AI for the trains because whatever it spawns, very few of the trains are through trains. And in the 8 hours it took me to work the AB45 and to get used to how to run that particular local, like I said, I come back and I have a completely full receiving yard with a train waiting, and the spawn rate wasn't really that fast. So pretty much every train that spawned, its destination was here in the Norris Yard. So, and all the cars are for industries, or for off track, and off map. And there's even some industries that are not modeled, and they read through the documentation. I'm not going to go down the list, but there's industries that are not modeled, but you're going to get cars for them. And so it kind of makes it easy. You just take those cars, build a train, and drive it to the end of the map, and you can. I mean, if you drive it off the map, they actually tell you it'll delete and you're fine. But then they also make the caveat statement that, depending on if you're running on a server, follow server directions. That's maybe a tip of the hat to me, the servers I operate, and mostly maybe the Depot Plus, because Depot Plus, they don't want you to take the trains off the end of the track because it can cause the server to crash. So you stop short of the end of the track and then just delete the train. And that does, for some reason, what the difference is, I don't know. But if you drive it off, it could crash the server. If you just delete it, it doesn't hurt the server at all. It just deletes the train. Sorry, guys. Adult beverage swill. Swig. It's not really swill. I don't know why I said that. So I'm having an absolute blast. Now here's like the north end, and it comes to a stop. So everything's going south. I'm interested to see what phase 2 is going to bring. And I'm not really done exploring this. If we look at the video that I posted, and you look at the bowl, it's an accurate representation. In fact, the entire yard is a very good, accurate representation of the Norris Yard. So take a look at it and just spend some time, and you'll see, it just blew me away. We've got was a BRI, which is one industry. These are going off map to Atlanta. So those all go to Atlanta. These go to the industry BRI, which is on the map. And then there's another one. There's a train that you can spawn to go to Mercedes-Benz. And in fact, if we look at, which I haven't even explored that, but I saw this when I was looking at and kind of like investigating the dispatch screen. I see Mercedes and Benz. Okay, that's odd. But now I realize, after I read through the book, that the Mercedes-Benz plant is probably right in this area, and we have a train that comes in and drops cars off, empty cars, and picks up loaded cars, and then goes back off, goes back out off the map again. So similar to the RailX in Selkirk, where we have a train that comes in from Chicago, goes to the RailX plant, cars get worked, and then it goes right back off the map again to, heading towards Chicago. So I just see, from this viewpoint, I didn't realize I had a turntable. See, I'm like, okay, a lot of power. I've been moving power around. There's just, string of power down there. It's been fun. It's been fun, but I could use some help. So, just, if you guys are part of my Discord, but do not have access yet to the TLF Mocel Discord channel, that's where the information is for this particular server. Right now it is open to the public. The password is pretty much out there. It's on the Discord channel. I just ask that you be a part of the Discord in order to be a part of the server. But yeah, give it a try. It's 2024. Happy New Year to you right now, CSX. I've got 2 hours to go yet, or 3 hours to go yet before it hits 2025. So, but you're there before the rest of us. You know what? How's 2025 so far? Give us a hint. Do a little time travel. So, anyway, where do I want to get started? It's like this was just meant to be my first impressions of. I'm not going to do a full 2-hour video, but there's so much to it. I'm going to tell you right now, just working so far, it's great, awesome. I hope it stays great for you. So yeah, I'm just sorry, I got distracted. I just look at all this. I was like, what is this for? No industries have been built there yet. And it would come in right here at Watts Junction 132. Right here. East forwarding yard out. West forwarding yard out. Watts Junction 132. It's right here. So Norfolk Southern AGS North. I'm just trying to think of what I could use that for. Well, I'm thinking if I keep this track open and if I have like an abundant, because honestly I've got, the A28. That's going, that track is almost full. I could probably, I know what I could use this for. Okay, never mind. I was just wondering where could I sort my cars? I could sort them in here and then build a train. What's up, Motorslug? How you doing? Happy New Year to you. Looking nice. The AGS South. Honestly, it's as much as I really like Roseville, and as much as I really, all the other sites, all the other DLCs I really, really enjoy, but this one by far is the best. There is even a, do I have it up? I do not. I'm looking to see. No, okay, I don't have it yet. But I was looking at my PDFs, but there is one that's printed out so that you could actually, and which is something unique. I wish they had did it for like Barstow or West Colton or Selkirk or Waycross. But they have one sheet that has all these tracks on it for the bowls, and you can label and pre-plan on that sheet, print it out, and Yeah, pre-plan on it how you want to set this up for yourself. Those sidetracks there are for locals. That's what I was thinking. I was trying to figure out because like I said, okay, where can I? And I didn't even think about that. I could use these, and I can delete these cars, and I can pull this in and sort my locals, and then push them back out. Example, this really large I've got A28. I can bring them all in here, sort them by their industries, and then once they're all sorted, shove them back out. But then again, I do my sorting with the external consist editor. I don't use, but if I was on, maybe, I don't know, maybe for the server, I could, say that's what those are for. You can pull a string of cars over, sort them by industries, and then put them right back on the track again, have them ready to go out. So yeah, for like just in general, I just really am enjoying this particular one. And over 2 days doing nothing but working all of this, and I'm at a point now where I've got to stop working on the receiving yard. I had train just came in, so I had 2 days, 6 tracks pushed over the hump, and then just strings kept being pulled out. Like all the local stuff gets put over here, so I keep pulling those out and putting them over into the forwarding yards. So if anything, I hear a train. Oh, these guys are still running. So AB45. Well, we'll wait. This will probably be the next train that I work. I'll do that one again. And in the meantime, I'll probably start grabbing the string of cars over here and just start sorting them. How far out can I go? I can pretty much go all the way out this way, up to here if I need to. Stop at the light. So, anyway, that's it. That's all I've got for you on this. If you don't have AGS South, and you're looking for, once again, a lot of work, and the way they have this set up with, make sure your AI trains are turned off, because once you see, honestly, I don't know how much in life, but railroading, it's been 26 years since I retired from Conrail. Thin old age, old age memory. Okay, well, it's 26 years since you retired. So, well, I guess appreciate your service, and then of course any information. I always appreciate guys that are patient and willing to teach and impart their railroad knowledge. Since you retired from Conrail, let's see, what do we got? Pittsburgh, my Pittsburgh server's up. That's got Conrail. My first thought when you said Conrail, I was thinking like Selkirk and Mohawk, but if it's Conrail, it's probably more like Pittsburgh Line and South Fork Secondary. So playing a railroading game sim. There you go. So, but this, as far as railroading sims go, this one, Run8 is by far, in my humble opinion, the best. Yeah, it all depends on what. I'll take you. Until you're proven false, I'll believe what you say. Heck, I believe what Quincy says. So, and I think he steers me wrong on purpose, to be honest with you. But that's all right. I like Quincy. He cracks me up. He's currently working. He's worked for BNS. Well, I take that back. He hasn't worked for Orange. He's worked for Union Pacific and CSX, and there was one other one in there, but I don't think Southern Pacific, back in the old Southern Pacific days. Lehigh Valley, PC, Penn Central, Conrail, nice. So you jumped around all those different areas. So that's kind of the Penn, the Penn Central and the Pittsburgh line east and South Fork secondary might be something that you'd like to play on. Which is really weird because that came out and everybody wanted it, and they moved it, and they created a server over at Depot Plus, and there was hardly anybody on it. And the one they got rid of was they got rid of NorCal. So, but if they're, I'm going to see. Well, I want to see what the depot's going to do because today's the last day for their public server. So I'm just bouncing around, looking at everything, trying to figure out what I want to do next. There is a lot to do, and it gets a little bit overwhelming. What's this one? BRI. Okay, so I got some BRI there. I had some BRI down here somewhere. Oh, I had BRI over here too. So I got to pull that one out and double up on these and take them to go find where BRI is at and just go run them out there to BRI. Where's BRI at? Let's go take a look. See if I can figure out where it's at. Left shift L. Here we go. And BRI is there. Auto racks turn in 24 hours. Well cars turn in 6. Okay, so transport. Oh my goodness. A39. BRI over there. Oh, I see. And then they got the auto racks over here. So I would have to pull those out. These have been worked. This one has not, but the rest of these have. And they're all going to Atlanta. Are they changed? I have to go back and look at this because it looks like they have those set to go back in blocks, which I would probably change that. And then we've got these over here, which would be the well cars. Jacksonville, Jack's Ramp. All these are heading for the MERC. So, but Jack's Ramp. So effectively, I could even take this train, save the file, and then send it over to another server running the floor, you know, the A line and Waycross, and give you the file. Here you go. Let's bring this train down out, and then it's coming from, from Birmingham area and heading toward heading into Jack's Ramp. Job title was Hump Master, so I subbed. If you wanted to know anything about humping, I'm your man. Ha ha. I've been drinking New Year's. Got it. Well, like I said, I got mine right here. As far as humping goes, well, okay, we're talking train stuff. I'll keep it clean, even though it's not made. I do have a flag for not being good for kids, but yeah. So I got cars here. I can bring those out, and I can at least. Looks like. Yeah, I'd tie the main line up no matter what I did with that string of cars. So I'd have to, I'd have to pull them out and then push back. And then I can pull these in and push those and at least get those working. So that might be something I will do. And let's see, A39. What's A39? I'm going to go to, let me look at the PDF file for that. So A39 is McCalla. There's two A39s. McCalla, Alabama to Bessemer. Interesting. Okay, this yard has similarities to A37 above. Oh, they did this one twice. A37. They have it listed twice, but it's only listed once. So this yard has similar to A37 above in that the source of cars for this yard is actually another local whose origins are traced back to Norris Yard. Cars for A39 arrive at McCalla on Vance A44. Local based out of Norris Yard. There is a hump. Oops. There is a hump track for A39 pulled by the A44 local. A39 plan runs to the Bessemer Yard and back. Working Industries, GES, PSC, COP, 84L, CPS along the way. It uses the yard at Bessemer to turn. Cars retrieved from Industry are returned to McCullough and carried to Norris Yard by A44. I'm already confused. Maybe I should stop drinking. A39 does not move auto rack or intermodal cars to or from BRI. It only handles manifest freight dropped off or picked up at McCullough Yard by A44. So A44 takes stuff to McCullough Yard, and then A39 brings it to from McCullough to BRI. No, I take that back. A39 does not. It says A39 does not move auto racks or intermodal cars to or from BRI. It only handles manifest freight dropped off or picked up at the McCullough Yard. So is this considered the McCullough Yard? Let's see if I have. Let me get on the ground. I have the AI turned off, so let's see where the pink is. McCullough. Okay, so I guess that is the McCullough Yard. All right. So the McCullough Yard, then we have the A44 bring stuff to the McCullough Yard, and then the A39 moves manifests. Okay, I can live with that. That actually makes it kind of easy. So then those MP15s that are in here would be the only thing. So, all right. Well, I'm learning something every day on this one. So I could actually run a train. Here's McCullough. Come in here. So if I leave on I leave on main 2. Actually, I leave on main 1, but eventually over here, and then it comes down to one track, and then bring those BRI cars, all those BRI cars that I have, to McCullough, drop them off, pick up the ones that need to go back to Norris Yard, and then set them out. And I already have like a string of cars sitting there for Atlanta. I would back those in. Interesting. I don't like I guess I don't like the cars being changed out in a block, but I guess it's okay. That's just me being picky. So, see, okay, now you just said something there. It goes, I heard all the jokes over the 22 years. Trust me, I worked 38 years railroading as brake master, brakeman, and hump master, retired in 1998. When I left railroading, auto racks were just being humped as all my life was a no-no. So, okay, see, that's the thing. I always heard that you don't hump auto racks, but that video that I found about the Norris Yard, which is just about a year old, was showing auto racks in the bowl. So was that a Norfolk Southern thing, or are all the railroads doing, all the class ones? I'll say class ones, because there's not that many hump yards remaining. So are all of them doing it now? Because I thought humping auto racks, like you said, was a no-no. So, but yes, I can do this. I'm going to go ahead and let's see. Do I have any trains? Let's relinquish what I might have. And that's interesting. Okay, nose to nose. All right, well, whatever. Yeah, we'll go with it. Interesting. Well, if they have a very well, you know, actually now that I'm about what I was about to say really doesn't make a difference because, quite frankly, was it down in Bakersfield, which is not a hump yard, which is about 2 hours, 3 hours south of where I live. I think it was in the BNSF yard. They just had an, well, not just, but it was like a few months ago. They had a fire, and it was in an auto rack. So, what am I doing? Oh no, I want that one. What's up, Katie Deck? Happy New Year to you, buddy. Welcome to the AGS South Phase 1 DLC. And right now I'm just goofing because I'm still trying to figure this one out. Oh, wrong way. How's New Year's treating you so far? I'm waiting for everybody around here to go crazy. Seems like more the police say don't use the high level fireworks, the more the high level fireworks get used in this area. You know, I was just wondering, before I hook up, I want to get a car count on Hey, get back here. Stupid engineer. No hump cars deal with air supplying a weight. Mainly air brakes makes a rail car feel like it's nothing. Yeah. But it's definitely a thing. I mean, the fact that, yeah, like I said, that that video's about a year old, and it was showing the auto racks in the bowl. So I'm like, okay, well, it's a thing. I'm gonna relax. In real life, they're humping auto racks. So guess what? I mean, that's how this is set up, is to hump auto racks. But honestly, like this one, these are all for Atlanta, so I wouldn't even take them into. Probably wouldn't even take them into the bowl. I'd find an empty track for forwarding and stick them on there. My dad was in charge of shipping the space shuttle boosters from vehicle to the Cape for launch. His dad and his team had custom rail cars covers built to ship. They had big "Do Not Hump" signs. Well, yeah, that one makes sense to me. There you go. If you need help with OBS, I would be glad to share what little I know. Let's get back on the ground. See, now then you would like that Pittsburgh line east, because that is Horseshoe Curve. is in that DLC, mother. In fact, he doesn't stream that much anymore, but the guy that I used to watch all the time and learn, you know, that one, because he works for Norfolk Southern, is NS Horsehead SD70, and I don't know if he's still a conductor for them, but I think he still works for them. But he doesn't stream that much anymore. But I mean, yeah, I learned a lot about railroading watching his videos, and a lot about how to play or operate Run8. And his statement is that he goes over that same route. He works Horseshoe Curve almost on a daily basis, and he said that the way the game operates in real life, or the way the game operates, is exactly how trains operate in real life, going around the Horseshoe Curve and up and down the mountain. Oh, you know of him, or you know him? If you know him, I mean, he's a good guy. Pass a message on. Tell him the Lazy Farmer likes, and I wish he'd stream some more, to be honest with you. But he's got, life gets in the way sometimes, and there's other priorities. Actually, what I should do is when I get done with this, I may go get that Jeep and head up and grab that stuff out of Bessemer. I got that small string of cars out of Bessemer, bring them down, and anything that's been turned, I need to put those up at Bessemer, so they'll be ready for pickup the next time I do the AB45. So if you're just joining me, I do have the new NS DLC. I have it up as a server. If you have access to the TLF Mosel Discord channel, the information on how to join that server is there. Gotcha, okay. So 4-track, wait, now I gotta go back and take a look at the DLC. Is there 4 tracks there, or only 3 in the DLC? You're gonna make me go, Should I stop and get the mail? It's junk mail. Must be like a female manager, because that mailbox, well, at least the post was pink, so. All right, first adult beverage done. Time for another. After all, it is New Year's. You got to have an adult beverage once or 3 times. I ask you this as a railroader fan, or what's my favorite diesel unit? Honestly, the one that I kept asking for the most is what I'm using right now, these MP15s. I was actually asking for SW1500s, but the MP15s are pretty much, that's like an upgraded version of the SW1500, so I'm happy. I don't know why, I just like them. And that's something that honestly, up around the Modesto and Empire Traction, that's what I've seen them use. There's a new SD40 though. A.L. Gilbert. Oh, whoa! I didn't realize. Oh no, they're still coming. Never mind. At A.L. Gilbert Seeds, which is on the UP line in that DLC. I think it's represented, but I'm not sure if I don't want that. I want this one. Yeah, I want that one. I'll pull this one here. But I was going to take a picture because I can't do anything. I don't do anything with like creating new liveries. But the A.L. Gilbert, they have their own locomotive, and so I was going to take a picture of it, and maybe upload it to the enhancement discords and go, hey, this is A.L. Gilbert, which is at milepost such and such on the Modesto Fresno line for Union Pacific. Can you model this? Because this is what they have. They used to have a pair of 1500s or MP15s sitting there, and they're now gone, and they got this brand spanking new SD40 with brand new paint and everything. It looks really nice and clean. The DDA 40X. You know, I'll tell you, the thing is, I remember Southern Pacific, anything Southern Pacific, and the old, was it the high-nosed, what are the GP, I want to say GP9s? Not exactly sure, but that's what I remember seeing as a kid, especially going by where I live. Oh, look, what's going on? All of a sudden, I have no internet, and now it's back. Okay, so I might have a little hiccup there. I don't know. It's like my entire internet just sort of like that, and the only thing you drink is Mountain Dews. Well, I had a friend that was a dentist for the Navy, and a lot of guys drink Mountain Dews to stay awake on when they're on duty. And a lot of those guys had teeth problems, so take care of those choppers there, CSX. But I like Mountain Dew. I just don't drink it because it's got too much caffeine, too much sugar, too much caffeine. Of course, when I'm drinking right now, I shouldn't be. My doctor will be mad at me if I drink that. But hey, it's it is what it is. I took my pills. I took my shot. I'm good. All right. We done yet? Nope. I still got another 1,800 feet yet. It's a long train. I'm kind of dating myself because I think I vaguely remember some F units going by the apartment complex, but anything that is SP paint, I'm an SP kid. It's just too bad they're not around anymore. And that's a lot of why on the southwestern DLCs, it they the only reason, and they said this flat out, that the only reason that they favor BNSF on those DLCs is because BNF has more industries to work than what UP does, and that's part of the Southern Pacific legacy, as they chase a lot of their businesses away, and those businesses went from Southern Pacific over to Santa Fe or to trucking. Kind of like the San Joaquin Valley Railroad, same thing. They were pretty big in this area, and they changed their business model, and all those companies out there, especially on the Arvin branch, that's no longer really in existence anymore as far as San Joaquin Valley Railroad is concerned. I think it's now, there's a few of those industries have gone back to, but they went to Santa Fe, not to UP. But yeah, they pretty much everything went to trucking. That's a long train. I'm down to 600 feet. All right. So if you drink nothing but Mountain Dew, I mean, what are you drinking? Are you drinking like the old school Mountain Dew, or are you doing Code Red, or some of those other flavors? I'm not sure what the name. Like I said, I don't drink a lot of Mountain Dew, so I'm not sure about what flavors are out there nowadays. All right, we can slow this thing down. Oh yeah, we can really slow this thing down. Let it come to a stop. And I don't think this one I can ride. Oh, this one I can. Okay, there's a couple of these that you cannot ride. There's no attach point. You know, I'm starting to think I might have to double up some SD40s here. No, these are working all right. Anybody setting off fireworks for New Year's Eve? We blowing up the neighborhood animals? I know there's a lady a couple doors down that I think she's one of those proverbial cat ladies, and which is a little disgusting because I just went out in the driveway and there was cat poop in the driveway. So Happy New Year's! I gotta go clean up the cat poop. I should go down and put it on her driveway. It's her cats. I mean, I don't mind cats. I grew up around cats, but for the love of Pete. All right. So this was 4,000 foot train. And keep that in mind. And then what I can do is just chilling in your bunny slippers. I don't wear slippers. But that's funny. That's kind of funny actually. I hear a horn. And based on that, I think it's probably the distance I hear it is probably UP. No, by the sound of the horn, I think it's Amtrak, which means it's on the BNSF line. A lot of fireworks outside. Yeah, there's been a few bangs. Probably won't start happening for about another maybe hour or so. Then they'll start. You take care of. When I was growing up, I had two cats, and one of them was like, oh my, it was like honestly that cat was. It saw itself as my best friend. And of course, I was a kid, and every time I'd leave, when the Boy Scouts, I'd go camping for a week, I'd come back. It's always hilarious. I mean, cats are just, I mean, he it's just funny because they're like, okay, I'm pissed at you, so I'm going to be in the same room as you, but I'm going to sit with my back to you. But then my ears are cocked backwards so I can listen to see what you're doing. But it's like, I want you to know that I'm mad at you. So, which kind of goes with my old world German grandparents, and my grandmother and my grandfather telling me that cats are very feminine. Doesn't matter if they're male or female. Cats are very feminine. And I look back on them like, he was not wrong because they kind of act like a woman. If you think about it, I'm going to be in the same room as you, but I'm not going to talk to you because I'm mad at you. Dogs are more like guys. I may be mad at you, but I still like you. I'm going to, let's go have some fun. Go throw a ball. I'll be good. Ah, there we go. Now we got 0.7% downhill grade. That explains why this thing's taking off. I was looking at that going, it's uphill. Why am I picking up speed? It's because the engines are on the other side of a hump. We had one that was all black. I ask you this, do you know a lot about American railroading? I only ask because I'm going to ask you some really, really tough questions. It enlightens me to understand where you stand. Where I stand from you, I don't know where you live, but I stand about that far apart. What do I know? To be honest with you, I'm going to say I know very, very little. You can ask some very, very tough questions. I will do my best to answer them, but the truth is, if I can't, it's a learning opportunity for me, and it's a learning opportunity for people that are on my channel as well too. I would probably say I'm more of a, and I don't even consider myself an expert in Run8, but I'm more of an expert in Run8 than I would be in railroading. But ask away. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to just say, I don't know. Tell me what the answer is. Real life railroading? Never worked it. Wanted to. I approached it the wrong way though. It was back when I was in high school. I reached out to like the HR department for Union Pacific and just like, okay, asked, this back before, there was email or anything like that. And I called and left messages like, I'm interested. I'm coming out of high school, got good grades. What do you need to be, what do you recommend? College courses? What do you recommend to become a railroader? I never got an answer back. And I let it come and let that dream die right there. And I think also at about the same time is when I got into, through the Boy Scouts going into an explorer post, I got into firefighting instead. Knowledge is power. Absolutely, knowledge is power. I think it's honestly, even at, no matter how old you are, I mean, you should always, as part of staying young, is you should always be learning. ABL, always be learning. All right. Turn off. Shut that off. Let's back up a bit. Get the pressure off the coupler. There we go. Easy. But you know what? Yeah, if you can ask a question and if I know the answer, great. Well, actually, if I know the answer, good. But if I learn something new, that's great. And that's more what I'm interested in. And I mean, I always say, and I tell people too in my Discord channel, ask the question because if you can't answer, if you have that question, somebody else has that question as well. 3-step means stop, main, loco, and lock down all brakes and rail cars depending on the weight. How many to lock? Wait. On the weight, how many to lock brake wheel? See, 3-step to me seems it was applying your brake, turning off I want to call it the exciter switch because I used to work with generators. So you can't generate power to turn the motors. And so it would be kill that switch, set the independent brake, and set the train brake, if I remember correctly. So, but I've heard the term before. I've looked it up too. How many cars to lock the brake wheel on rail cars? Okay, so in other words, if I'm going to, oh, that's a good question because I think there's a trick answer in there. So if I'm going to use the brakes on the cars themselves, how many cars to lock the brake wheel? So I'm going to say at least 3. What's the right answer? Or is it all of them? And then what does the FRA recommend? That was a little rough. F7 cheat, we're good. Let's go up here. Okay, that one's good, that's good. That's good, we just gotta get past that and then we'll back in. Oh, what's my length? Oh, 4,000 feet again, okay. So if I've got about just a little bit, yeah, under 4,000 feet of cars to bring in, that'll work. Okay. Actually, hang on. Back on the ground again. Click that one. Oops. No, I wasn't. That's the right one I want. Okay. But it's facing in the opposite direction, so it's actually reversed. Oh, load determines how many cars to lock the brakes. Hey, Kerbo. Happy New Year to you, buddy. Depends on the railroad, the era, grade, etc. There is no one answer. You can't name it. Load determine. That's okay. Kerbo lurker. Yeah, he's all right. I mean, always lurking. Bail off. Speaking of brakes, let's release the brakes. Oops, let's not release the brakes. Gonna push? Alright, see, this way I don't like this. Oh, that's why. I worked too many years to steer a vest wrong. 8 minutes to go in Missouri. Yeah, that's about right. That'll be 2 hours to go here. And then both Bill and I will be ducking for cover. He's over there in Oakland. I'm out here in the Central Valley, and trust me, both places I have come out and had bullet slugs sitting in a big dent on the hood of my car. So I'm just saying, it's better to stay indoors and hope nothing comes through the roof. Oh, I got brakes on. Let's take the brakes off. I'm not paying. That's what. And never drink and drive a train. Rookies wear vests. I watch a lot of the videos out there, and I always see guys. Everybody's wearing vests. But I can't remember what Quincy told me something that everybody wears vests, but the rookies wear vests that had something on it to basically denote that they were a rookie. So I think it was him. It's been a while. It's all about safety last. Right, Kerbo? So playing on AGS, Norfolk Southern AGS South Route, and I am on my server. I do have a server going. Lots of fireworks there, no slugs yet. You're in a good part of Missouri then. Not saying that there's a bad part, but I'm sure that there is. Everybody's got every place has a bad part, but you know what? As long as you're safe. But out here, there's going to be, I probably will be like outside in the backyard or something watching them because we have a lot of high-level fireworks going off in this area, and I think they're probably doing something over at the fairgrounds too, which pretty much everybody in town can see everything from the fairgrounds. Safety third, great TED talk from Mike Rowe. I need to. Oh, you know what? That would be something to watch. I love Mike Rowe. Safety third. Tell you this, trim job cutting cars, most of the time you counted cars and had the right of way on the ladder. Makes sense. It's got a nice Conrail picture for your avatar there. Oof. Yeah, I think I'm going to change out these two locomotives because just coming up this hill, you get on the other side, it'll pick up, but these two MP15s are kind of really working very hard, which is, I guess, to say not a bad thing, but all right. Speaking of safety third, run to the train. There we go. Hey, Kerbo, you got mail. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'm going to go get this moved and probably call it and start really enjoying my adult beverages. So pretty much overall, first impressions of AGS South, get it. That's all I'm going to say. Get it. I like everything about it. I like all the documentation they came up with. Do I want to see them come up with documentation like that for all the other routes? Yeah, I wish. I really do. Stop speed in receiving front yard ladder was 10 miles per hour. Backing into departure was 5 miles. Oh, wow. See, I know like the Depot Plus, they keep it they keep it at 10 miles an hour inside the yard. Everywhere inside the yard was 10 miles an hour. Track speed inside the yard on all the DLCs is 15. So I go with what the Depot is 10 miles an hour. 5 miles an hour going into your departure or forwarding yards. Makes sense. Because, I mean, it's going to be, if you run into something, you're going to hit it pretty hard at 10 miles an hour. So under 5, 5 or under, yeah, I can see that. It's hard to tell, though, too, because watching that video of the Norris yard, it's when there were a lot of the stuff that was going into the forwarding yards, he had time lapse turned on, so it was kind of hard telling how fast they were going. But if you the whole idea behind looking at that video and comparing the Norris yard to what's in that video, this DLC is pretty spot on, and that's actually one of a little gripe about the Roseville DLC is they left out a lot of trackage that was a part of the Davis yard. All right, so I've got at least 2 tracks worth of auto racks to bring to BRI. Hence why I'm pulling this, and then I need to go over and grab that Jeep over by Bessemer from CSX and go up and grab the cars, bring them down, and then swap out what is in the industries there and put the cars going out back up in Bessemer, so that when I do the AB45, which will probably be tomorrow, I'll be picking up a lot of cars and dropping off. Not so many this time. No, actually that's not true. I got quite a bit of cars to drop off. I remember where was it? It was somewhere in the God, where was I? I know it was in the Bay Area because that's where my godfather took me, because I lived in the San Francisco Bay Area and somewhere in and around Emeryville. And I remember at the time they called it banging cars. But it wasn't a hump yard. Ooh, a little hiccup right there. Wasn't a hump yard. It was, they were kicking cars and onto different tracks and stuff. But that would have been late 60s. That's why it was like a 1%, a little over 1% grade. No wonder this thing was taking off. It's either midnight or World War III just started. Could be both, Kerbo. Could be both. Just look for anything big coming out of the clouds that, those kinetic impacts of those new IRBMs that Russia has. Yeah, that's what it is. And I'm starting to hear pops around here too. Hey, where you going? Stop. Oh, from this angle I can really see it starting to go downhill right there. Usually 4 hump towers were a thing for spotting. Yeah, well, I know they got 2 in this map, so. Okay, can I ride this one? Yes. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, I forgot. That was me. All right, let's push these cars uphill. There we go. I think that was the first time that I ever got into the cab of a locomotive, because he got me into the yard area and we walked around. We were off. I remember that it was off in the distance. It wasn't like I was right there, but I remember it was off in the distance watching these guys, and you'd see one guy, he'd be riding one car and they'd kick one and it would go down, and I think like 1 or 2 guys out there were manually throwing switches. Had to be. Bedtime for you? It just turned midnight. You're 3 minutes into 2025 and you're already tired? Wow. I kid. Kerbo, have a good night. Happy New Year to you, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, hey, look. I hear sirens. Cars in a receiving part at night were known as ghosts. Why? Is because freight cars can sometimes coast without making a sound and take your life. Oh, yeah, and you know what? You're not wrong. Um, I had read a report from the FRA, um, but it was these guys. The guys were kicking cars, and they assumed that the other cars that were there that they were kicking into, that the handbrakes were set, and they weren't. And they kicked the car into that small string, and when it broke them loose, and then all the cars rolled back, and the conductor was between the cars. Well, basically, bottom line is he got trapped between the couplers, and yeah, lost his life. And you didn't hear him coming until it was too late. So I can understand exactly what you're saying. Fun work, but dangerous work. Especially if you go safety third. Now, you can't fault me because I do play very casual. Sometimes I'll get a little burr under my saddle and I'll try to do things based upon what I learned as what they would actually do in the real life. But I'm not a veteran railroader. Never claimed I was. I just love trains. And that goes back to when I was a kid. And I always and then my story is I always wanted to have, well, as a kid, I had an N gauge um, layout, then I had an HO gauge layout, and then I got married. Not when I was a kid, of course, but I got married, and yeah, my controlling ex-wife is, yeah, no, I don't understand that hobby. You're not going to do it. That's not what was not what she said, but that was how she acted. And so since then, I'm in a place now where it's just a little on the small side, but it's perfect for me. But I don't have room for a layout, so I went looking for something that was going to scratch that itch of a model railroad layout, and I found Run8, and it did. I mean, it's like a constantly evolving layout, and there's no scenarios. I do what I want when I want. Oh, I forgot to set the counter. Oops. I'll get down to the end of these orange dots right here and make sure that I think everything should be. Third year worked for PCI Watch. A guy get cut in half. Oh wow. Because of a ghost within the first 24 hours you'll be put on the spot. I have no problems talking about it. Something no one ever hears about. Um yeah, I've never, well, I mean, I spent a lot of time as a firefighter until I got injured. So I've seen the aftermath of suicides. I've found, I just call them crispy bodies, from structure fires. People who thought, okay, there's nobody home, and find out that they were home. Um, so yeah, I get it, and it's going to happen. That's what I've talked to other railroaders, and it will happen, especially if you're out there. You're gonna hit that car that because it thinks it can beat you at a crossing. We have a well, we've kind of gone our separate ways, and a lot of it had to do with the fallout of this particular discussion. But he's like, hey, I know you like trains and stuff. I think my brother was just in an accident with his family, I think the railroad's at fault. Well, why do you think the railroad's at fault? Because my brother was crossing at a place where there was no crossing guard. It was just a sign. Okay, so what's your brother supposed to do when he gets that sign? You stop, look, and listen. Just because there's no crossing gate there doesn't mean that absolves him of, or absolves him of all responsibility, especially when you got a family in the car. You stop, look, and listen. So we had an argument, and he went one way, I went the other. But he's not. Truthfully, if his brother's like him, yeah, I can see his brother not making a very good decision. Fortunately, nobody got hurt. I mean, just some bruises and stuff. Car got totaled, but and it was light. From what he was describing, it was light power that hit him. Let me go jump to the front. Okay. Alright, well, that's as far as I can go, so I'm just going to leave this here. Set the handbrakes on all the cars using my rail driver. Release the handbrakes on the locomotives. So these last few cars are not going to get turned, so I need to take a look and get a rough count. I can do that later. Actually, I can do that. Close the angle cock. Let's push back a little bit, get rid of the stretch force. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and pull back. Oh man, I'm sorry for you, bud. And the saddest thing about that is it was not that 7-year-old's fault. Alright, I may be gone by the time you come back because I've only got about maybe 15 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and shut these down. I'm going to jump over after I count the cars. I think there's some couple over here that didn't get turned. I'm using that's a retail term. If you guys aren't, I'm just using it for railroading. Just basically all it means is like where it says BRI is turning it is to where it says ATL or some other. So what I want to do is I want to grab that, and so I have 44 cars, so I can get 43 cars in there. So okay, so I can do a string of 43 cars. So if I actually do like 86 cars in one train, just to bring like 2 strings of cars, split them out into 83. So I need to make a note of that so I don't forget. Let me grab my book. I'm not using. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, my thing the one dead body that I remember to this day was at a structure fire, so I can sympathize. I can empathize. But it was the guys, oh, my mom's going to be disappointed because she left today for a one-week cruise, and when I come back, I got to pick her up and tell her that, hey, your house burned and it's no longer there, but you can stay with me. And so I go into the house, and fire's done, but I'm in the house hitting hot spots, and it's all smoky, and I'm crawling on hands and knees, and I come up to a chair, and there's his mother sitting in the chair, and yeah, I mean, she was dead. I mean, crispy, burnt, and it scared me at that time. I think I was 20, 19, 20, and it was one of the first dead bodies I've seen, and I stood up. Big mistake. In a structure fire, you never stand up. I stood up and ran out the front door and started vomiting. And then I looked up and I caught eyes with the son, and I was watching him just start to cry because he knew by my actions his mom was in that house. So, and yeah, I got talked to My lieutenant was a dick about it, but the captain was like, "Listen, I get it. That's your first dead body, right? Yeah. Well, oh, it does hurt. I mean, and here I am. I'm in my 60s. I was 20, so it's been 40 years later. You don't forget it, and I can only assume. I mean, and you know, Jeremy. I mean, that's honestly when they're 7 years old. They don't. They, I mean, I remember when I was like 7 years old. I thought I was indestructible. Mother, I don't think it left your mind. I think it's still in your mind because you're still talking about it. So, but yeah, is it your fault? No. There's some things you got to put on. Yeah, I still see it too. So, and there's still, that one. There's some things that you got to put on. You put on the parents. Because I remember us kids. We used to play on a track that the SP trains used to always come by, and I used to always hang out at my friend's house because his house was right up alongside the tracks. We'd always go out there and go play on the tracks, and his dad or his mom would come out and constantly yell at us, guys, you can't play on railroad tracks. If a train comes along and you're not paying attention, you're going to get hit and it's going to kill you. They were strict about it. Nowadays most people would be like, oh, they're not having fun, leave them alone. And then if they get hit and hurt or killed, well, it's the railroad's fault. Like my buddy, ex-buddy, acquaintance, it's the railroad's fault. And it's not the railroad's fault. You come to a white crossroad tells you that there's a railroad crossing. You stop, look, and listen. That's always been the rule since I was a kid. Stop, look, and listen. You know, and I guarantee you he didn't. And he started to cross over. And fortunately, like I said, it was light power. They did try to stop, but they didn't stop in time. But I think it was their attempt to try to stop is probably what saved everybody in that car. But whose responsibility is it? I mean, is it the train's responsibility? No. Especially if you have wife and kids in your car, you better take the extra step. You have a responsibility as a driver to protect everybody that's in that vehicle. So it happens. Nothing you could have done to stop it. Once it starts, it is what it is. Hey, Quincy, how you doing, buddy? Happy New Year, my friend. I think for you, it's already 2025. I hope 2025 is doing good for you, will do good for you, and keep doing good for you this year, Quincy. Thanks for popping into my videos this year. I really appreciate you. Your teasing, your education, everything. Hey, you've been a good virtual friend, and I raise my Jack Daniels and Coke to you. To everybody else, I'm not sharing. Okay, what I was going to say, 43 cars? I got to write this down before I forget. AGS South. BRI. It looks like a BBI. BRI. 43 cars. Or multiples. So I could actually bring in 86 cars at a time and fill 2 tracks. All right. Spending the new year. Wait a minute. Okay, you got me confused because last time I talked, you were in Ohio. Now you're back down in Waycross again? Did you go back down for train, or were you on a road train and worked your way back down there? Yeah. Well, like I said, I just heard trains go by, so you guys, I mean, there are no holidays for you guys. Just saying. All right, let's see. I want to go to left control L. And I'm trying to remember. Let's do this. AB45. BRL transport. That'll work. Free fly. Yep, that'll work. Because that's the Bessemer yard there. I need to grab those cars, and I need to come down and work these industries down here, not this over here. It's modeled, but not in operation on this one, but is left open so that you can actually do something with it. There's what I'm looking for, the Bessemer, CSX Bessemer switcher. So we're going to get some, do a little, about to take on the Fitz. Have fun. Hey, look, here comes the fuel truck. Boom. Now we got fuel. We got all. Hey, you know what? I learned something today too. That fuel gauge does go down because I spent a lot of days yesterday and today working, the trim, pulling cars out of the Norris yard, the Norris bowl, and putting them into the forwarding yard and all that stuff. And I started yesterday, and I made sure my locomotives are full. They actually go down. Worst night of my life. Wheel isn't nice to have to touch with bare hands. Okay, yeah, should have gloves on, but as long as you don't stick your tongue to it, you're okay. I've seen that movie. I kid, of course. Alright, so this is virgin territory for me. That's how Quincy taught me to use a horn. I kid. Ooh, we're taking off. Oh, it's a downhill grade right here. Yes, I do not use, I said it before, I do not use horn, do not use bell. I play very casually. Finally got lucky tonight. Good for you, you lost your virginity. Oh, wait, I'll read the rest of the sentence. Finally got lucky tonight and pulled one of these ugly heritage units. CSX painted. These things are... Oh, you gotta take a picture and send it to me. But then fugly might be in the eye of the beholder. Alright, I think I want to go straight. I think. Oh, let's get some lights on. I didn't realize my lights were off. Ooh. Hey, why is this so dim? January 1st. Okay, that's right, but I froze time. Why? I'm going to override network time. Let's go. Unfreeze time. Holy crap, that was loud. Alright, so it's still December 31st, 12 noon in the game, and it's now starting to rain. Awesome. Just like real railroading, I'm working in the rain. Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to guess because I do not know. But what makes an SD45 different from an SD45-2? I'm going to think it's got to be something to do with the traction motors. No other railroad is done. What's up, Dr. Detroit? How you doing? I don't think I know that one, but it's making me laugh just thinking about it. CSX Birmingham mineral sub. Interesting. I wonder what that is. I wonder where that goes. Let's take it. Let's go find out. Hey, there's a stop sign here. Let me stop. Looking both ways. Stop, look, and listen. Well, I didn't stop, but I did look, and I did listen. No, I got everything. I've got the AI train generator, spewer, whatever you want to call it, turned off because I just got overloaded. I think I'm taking the wrong way. You know that I think about it. Hang on, I gotta go airborne here. Let's go free fly. Oh no, I'm going okay. Never mind, I'm going right. Oh, what are you doing? I went straight up. That tells me I don't go straight up. The SD-2 fuel tank is larger than the standard SD-45. Look at them side by side. Conrail started. Then there was something, wasn't it SD-45-3s? I just heard something about -3, especially in that video I was talking about the Norris yard. They were talking about that there's, or was it that video? I was watching so many railroad videos sometimes, but that there is now a dash. I think it's a no, I think it was a 40-2. They're now reworked and they're 40-3s. They just don't want to get rid of those 40 dash, those SD-40s. They're both raggedy, except the S45 had a curse. It was called the infamous crankshaft popper. Interesting. That all it was between the -2 and the 45 was just a larger fuel tank? Seems like with the larger fuel tank would have come with, like, larger generator, or larger, more stronger, yeah. SpongeBob SquareNose. Oh, a 40-2 and the Jevo had a baby. Oh, there's a genetic problem there then. Alright, I'm going to have to stop this. I mean, there's actually some good fireworks going off outside. I don't know if you can. That's close, too. My neighbor, a couple down. It's probably one of the cops. We got a couple of cops that live on. What's up, Paul? How you doing? Happy New Year to you. Alright, we're going to go grab these cars here. I don't have anything for WWL. I think these are all going to... was it BRI? Not BRI. I just came from BRI. Let's see. Let's get about 10 pounds on here. And... you over revving them again? Wait a second. Oh, no, that's right. That's what I want to do. BRL, that's the one I was. I knew it was a B, but it was BRL. All these are going to one industry. So we're going to go grab these, get these through, back over, because now I'm on NS trackage. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these, pull them back over to the CSX. That's the other thing that's really nice about this. There's a lot of interchange on this particular DLC. Appreciate that, Paul. Thanks a lot. Join my Discord. You got any questions? There is a question and answer area there. If you have a question, I guarantee you somebody else has that same question. So if I can't answer it, then one of my yard masters can. What we got? We got Mother Slug here who's been asking a lot of good questions tonight. Trivia question. What is the name of the box on the engineer's side front viewpoint of most Conrail that has become a common thing in American railroading? 5 minutes to figure it out. So, box on the engineer's side front viewpoint. You mean this box right here? The train link? You enjoy AGS? Well, you know what? It's 85 miles of main line. It's probably about 1,000 miles of local stuff, and interchange stuff. I think I'd probably like, the train link box for the Fred. Flashing rear end device. Or EOT, end of train device. That's what I'm going to guess. Let's get back on the ground. Out here in the rain like a real conductor. So I can do this, I can connect, disconnect, or I can just do this. There we go. F7 sheet. Everything's all aired up, all lines connected. I don't think I've turned my there we go. All right, we're going to go back down again. AGS is going to be SoCal if they run with it. You know, I got that impression, especially when they start saying it's phase 1. Out front of engineer. Oh, so now we're getting a little more specific. Let me go back to the engineer's view, see if it's modeled here. So out front of the engineer's window, front window is a box. This box? That box? I mean, that's for sand right there. Then the rest is probably a toilet, which infamously never gets emptied. All right. Let's go in reverse. I have played Derail Valley. I think we had this conversation. Ooh, this has got some weight. There we go. I like that compressor. Just like, what was that? No, okay. Jacksonville, Jason's territory. There you go. Okay, I'll do that. I'll pull up the Conrail here in a minute. I'm going to finish this. But then again, it might just be the same SD45. Well, I'm not even thinking this is an SD45 now. I think about it. I have to take a look at it. But so you're kind of the guy that's in the know, Quincy. How long did they sit on this route before they decided to publish it? No, it's a GP. I forgot. They actually said what they said it was a GP. A Jeep. Which is really interesting because I know that they published this one, but I was fully expecting in the month of December to see the Modesto to, was it Modesto to Stockton subdivision, which I know it's still coming. Make sure you look at the full fuel tank. I will. But yeah, I mean, because I mean, it seems like they sit on a lot. They've sat on a lot of this stuff for a long time. And Spur, I know you were in Spur's stream the other night. I was watching that, and he was chatting with you too. It's all right. I forgive you. But I mean, Spur kind of had it right. A lot of these DLCs take about a year, and it's something that they're not always working on day and night. You know, it's that they put in whatever time they can put in. So some of the stuff is they're probably sitting on because it's not done. But this one, I mean, as far as DLCs, with all the information they provided, the fact that their AI trains are not just AI trains to test the routes, they really have given a lot of thought to the AI trains. I mean, everything that spawns pretty much ends up coming into ooh, I better stop. Oh well, I didn't stop. Oops. But a lot of the, I mean, a lot of the information and everything, it's just the AI trains, everything that spawned came into the receiving yard and filled my receiving yard. So it's I am going way too fast because I'm monologuing and not paying attention. See, now you're going to make me look it up, Mother. Without knowing the real name. I will try to, I'm going to look it up and see if I can find it. Don't tell me. What's up, United Bill? Happy New Year to you, too. Glad you joined us. We got railroad trivia coming from Mother Slug. Lot of weight on this one. But it worked out. Not knowing where I'm going because I've never been there before on this one, new AGS route. I would tell you that if you all you have is the base game and you're wondering what your next route should be, I would say this one. 4 years later. It might take me 4 years. Come on, start shoving there, buddy. I forgot that was this. They actually said it in the documentation that this was a steep downhill grade coming down here into the CSX territory from the Bessemer yard for Norfolk Southern. Mary Wilma. The box. He's talking about the box that's on the front of an SD45-2. What's it called? So spawn an SD45-2, look at the fuel tank, and then look for the box. Okay, I will here in just a minute. I get easily sidetracked, so I want to get this taken care of. So there's two industries here in Bessemer that are handled by CSX. Was it WWL, which I have no cars for, and then there's this was a B, whatever it is, BRL, which was a Birmingham Rail something. They actually fix rail cars and locomotives. The Gap DLC, yeah, it's coming. See, do you think that they will ever fill in blank areas with their route in California? You know the area, you guys always talk about where you have to let the train go on its own. Do you think? Okay, so yeah, something that was talked about, and this actually came from Jason himself. They plan on, in the UP side of things, down there between Seco and Gobel, they're going to fix that, which is about a 60-mile gap. So that's going to become probably a DLC unto itself, or it might be added because their plan was to go from Fresno to Stockton, and when they were working on Stockton, they realized that there's so much. Okay, smoke break, gotcha. There's so much content as far as the local work up in and around Stockton that Jason's words were flat out, it is the Southern California of the Central Valley of California. So now if you have the Fresno to Modesto, and you look at the Modesto and Empire traction, there's a lot of work to be done in there, and I like what the Depot Plus did. In their configs, they actually changed it to where they changed things around. They kept things pretty much as it is, but they changed Ernest and Julio Gallo wine, and it was to be more in line with what they do and how it would work with their operations center. but there's a lot. I mean, I mean, until this map came out, I was spending all my time in the Met because it was just a lot of work. I loved it, and they divided the yards. You had the Empire Yard, which was 403, and then there was the McClure Yard, which became 305, and then there was the Riverside Yard, which was 204. So you look at those in the tags, and you knew whatever if a car came in for 204, it would go to the Riverside Yard. And then they set it up so that the 101 or the 101 would actually run between the yards, bringing cars in and bringing outbound cars back to the north yard of the Empire attraction for BNSF to pick up. So done really well. But Stockton was going to be bigger than that, especially with something like when Fresno there's Penny Newman Grain. Well, there's a Penny Newman Grain in Stockton, and it is on the canal. A lot of people don't realize that there is an inland canal that comes from the San Francisco Bay Area into Stockton, and ships come into Stockton. And so there's that operation as well too. But that's coming. So what was supposed to be one DLC got split into two. So great. So we have Modesto to Stockton coming. Seco to Gobel is going to be fixed. And he wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He was saying that there's also going to be another gap fixed. And Quincy would probably know which one that one is, but there's a gap down there I think it's on the San Bernardino. In the LA area, there's a big gap that's missing for some reason, which a lot of guys that love that DLC want it fixed. My thought is the gap is going to be from Stockton to Roseville, because after that's all it is. I mean, you go up and the Fresno sub and the Stockton sub and the Fresno sub, which is BNSF and Union Pacific, go all the way up to Roseville. And at Stockton, it breaks off and becomes the Mariposa sub, which goes to the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of areas like that. I mean, but the big gap right now, in fact, the depot, the one I'm talking about is Seco to Gobel, which affects Union Pacific trains. The solution from, hang on a second, let me get down on the ground. I want to look at this switch. Okay. So the solution that came from Run8 Studios was route the train through over BNSF rails to get them around that big gap. Depot Plus said no. They're telling their people you can't do it. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, other than it's an iconic Quincy, I mean, Roseville up and over the Sierras to Sparks, just the mountain railroading aspect of it. I think that's a lot of why they did it, but it left a lot of people wondering, why would you have this huge gap between Southern California and Northern California? So there's things that, like I said, what Jason had called out in that chat thread that I read, those are the areas that are going to get fixed. It's going to be Seco to Gobel is going to get fixed. There's going to be Modesto to Stockton DLC coming. So whether they give us Seco to Gobel along with that DLC to patch that, or make it another DLC, which and I kind of agree with this thought process, that I had a Quincy honk. Which shouldn't have been there to begin with, my opinion. But if people are already saying that, I need to flip that switch. I'll do it on the way back. Spring loaded. I think they left that open. Oh, it's all the way over there. I'm taking the wrong move here. Hang on. This is where I have to go take a look at, because this is all virgin territory to me. So let me go ahead and hit some brakes. Full dynamics while the train's coming to a stop. I'm going to go airborne. Yeah, that's going to go off to nowhere. I need to go over here. I need to go down that route. And then back in. Okay. Which means... So if I come that way, could I go, which way could I go? Nah, can't talk. Should have come down this way. Okay. Before that crossing. And then that would bring me all the way straight down to where I need to go. Okay. Oh. Let's see. He hasn't said anything about Yuma back in play, but let's put it this way, and I'm not going to say it's not. And I don't think he's going to say it's not. We already know that he keeps everything very close to the chest. So, which I understand that aspect of it, so that way, you know, certain... Hey, look, Farm Sim. You know, competitors out there, but truly, I don't know who another competitor is other than Dovetail, and they're not doing it right to begin with, so... Alright, so I need to go that way. And then we'll shove. Actually, I need to push. What am I doing? I need to go forward a little bit. Get off this switch. Oh, before I forget. Clear. SD45 Conrail. Or just SD45. SD45-2 Conrail. Wow. Compared to... Oh. Compared to the size of that tank. Okay. And then on the engineer side... Oh, that box. I always thought it was a toolbox. Where was American railroading founded? Ooh. That's a tough one. But, okay, so that's the box you're talking about on the Conrail. Tank is huge. But that box right there. So Roseville, well, once it gets to Stockton, if you look at the rail map, from Stockton going north up to Roseville, it's all Union Pacific. BNSF does have track rights, but BNSF at Stockton, like it kind of there's a big clover leaf right there, but BNSF heads toward the San Francisco Bay Area and the Santa Fe and the Mariposa sub. All right, what do I want to do? I want to go that way, and so we're going to go ahead and flip this one. So we can go down that line right there. Okay. That was huge. I never even noticed that before. I'm like, why is it not moving? Oh. Box in the front of the engineer side of the Conrail is known as a CSS box. Cab signal system. Oh, American Rail locomotives today have the signal tree. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I'll tell you something. After being told that Run8 was dead and it was going to get replaced by a railroader and other, I think railroader was good for Run8 because it kicked a lot of people in the rear. Because the second half of 2024 was amazing for Run8. With the car packs that came out and the DLCs that have come out, and just the general updates with new assets being added. Because there was a couple of updates, and I'm like, okay, there's no new pack coming, there's no new DLC. What changed? Then I started noticing some new assets, and it's the second half of 2024 has been very, very good. So, and I think, I do too. I think it kicked a lot of people in the rear. I know what's his name from High Rail, in the enhancement Discord, he was telling everybody, whatever hard drive you had, you better double it because I'm coming with a whole bunch of new stuff. Haven't seen anything. Where's the new content from High Rail? Doesn't mean it's not coming. I think it's just in production. And it's, being an independent company, everything is very close knit. I'll tell you, there's another game, and the latest video just came out yesterday, and that's was a Century of Steam, and that one keeps looking good. But then he flat out said that like all of the month of November and the first half of December, everybody kind of went off and did different things. Life got in the way because these guys are working on it as I won't say they're working on it as a hobby, but they're it's not their life priority, and so it's an independent project like Run8, and sometimes life gets in the way. Yeah. I know he said he wanted to go. He wants to go to Savannah. The interesting thing is, I know that when everybody started talking about the fits, I would say it was probably maybe about 4 months after people started talking about it that it finally showed up. So, but he came out and he said that he wants to go to Savannah. So that'll make the Southeast really big too. But I think that, it's going with something like this that's a north-south railroad. This is going to be interesting. I want to see what they're going to do with this. Honesdale, PA was the founder of American railroading as the first American steam engine ran in 1828 on a small short line running coal to the canal. 1820. I have to look that one up because I thought the first steam in America was like a little tiny passenger thing. But all right, there's BRL. Let's go in and work some BRL. I have 1 hour and 8 minutes to midnight. So my goal here is to get this changed out, and B&O will claim they're the first. Not true. I know that B&O has claimed it, but I knew that they're not the first. But I do agree that railroading started on the East Coast pretty much it's in the 1700s and early 1800s. Pretty much the majority of the population was over on the East Coast. So yeah, they tell AGS is going to be one monster out. I think it will be. Almost 2 a.m. here, Paul. All right, Paul. All right, let's get in here and let's see if I can do a run around in this trackage over here. This route is definitely interesting. I really haven't been paying attention to the grades much because it's been, but it's. This route, I mean, this DLC is definitely. Give you another trivia question. Mainline units without ditch lights, top speed is mainline units. So something running on the main line that have no ditch lights. 15. Oh, there goes my internet again. Why is my internet crashing? Interesting. Oh, text went away, but the picture was still there. So if I don't know what that was, guys. If it kind of disappeared on you, I'm sorry. That's the second time tonight. But then again, it could be somebody drunk, diving into a pole or something. All right, let's go in. I want to take a look at this. Get a plan here. Oops, I'm underneath. Okay, so these cars I need to pull out, but the ones that I've got behind the locomotive. Whew. If I leave those there, don't want to go into there. Can't do a run around with these tracks. So running around other than these over here, not an option. This is going to be interesting. Let's see. Without ditch lights anywhere in the United States is 25 miles an hour. FRA ruling an unsafe speed restriction. Okay. What is my favorite route? I have all of them and spend most of my time in SoCal. I'm going to tell you right now, I think probably because some of it's new. My favorite route, I've been spending a lot of time until this one came out. I was spending my time up in on the Modesto, up in the Met, playing around up there. Now, the Fresno to Modesto run, why do I like that so much? Well, it's because I live smack dab in the middle of that DLC. The Amtrak station where I live is mauled spot on 100%. My son's poultry ranch is where it's located. His ranch itself is not modeled, but it is represented. I don't know what I'm going to do. I was too busy monologuing. This tells me I need to actually, when I was in the yard, I needed to do a run around on these. I think that's how I'm going to have to fix this problem. Do a run around so I can back in and then push the cars back to the yard, and then do a run around and then put them back in the Bessemer yard. So I can't do a run around anywhere in here because those two areas right there are for the cars that I'm bringing in go right there. So yeah. It is, I agree with you, Quincy. It is a hard one to answer. There are so many good routes, but where I'm going is where do I gravitate to? For the servers that I'm operating, Roseville, and if I do local, I'm on the Met. This server that I'm on right now is another one that I'm running. I just started the AGS server 2 days ago, and I've been on it. One, just exploring because it's a new route, but with all the information and the way they set this one up, it brings up the question as to why they didn't do this with the other routes, with the written information and the details and setting up the AI locomotives appropriately. I'm going to go back to, I'm going to have to go back to the yards and do a run around. I did not read that. I mean, I don't even know if that's even described in the manual, to be honest with you. But do I have a favorite? You know what? I mean, just I have them all. Right now, it's really mostly what the mood is. What do I want to be down in Florida? Do I want to? I mean, Selkirk is a lot of fun. Haven't been on the Selkirk route in a while, but Selkirk, I mean, just the Selkirk. Mohawk is okay, but I think I enjoy this. I mean, the Selkirk DLCs is between those two. Selkirk's a lot of fun, and the majority of the locals. I mean, you still have the Utica yards and the DeWitt yard, but I think that, you know, working Selkirk and the locals that come out of Selkirk, yeah. You just came off a 2.1% grade that will go on for 7 miles. What's the first step you do? Hands-on, not going. Okay, just came off as a 2.1% grade that went on or will go on. Because you have that, like, I came off of it but will continue for 7 miles. So if you say I came off of it, I just came down a 7 mile long 2.1% grade. What's the first step you do hands on? I'm going to say check brakes. Do an inspection of your train. Or tell Quincy to get out and check brakes. He's going to kill me for that one. Answer, jump off and pee on the engine. What? Depending on who the engineer is, maybe you've already wet yourself. But that was funny. Punch somebody. Now that would be something that you would do, Quincy. We already know that that would be something you would do. I'm gonna guess check brakes. See, this is actually good because I mean I have no idea what the actual rules are. If y'all are wondering what I'm doing, I'm learning this route is what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out what to do so I can do it right the next time. Oh, you forgot to say the load you're hauling. So so you came off of a 2.1% grade that will go on for another 7 miles? So you haven't really come off the grade yet. See, this is what, hang on. Go back into free fly mode. Yeah, see, I need to get into this yard here. Run around, put the cars on the back side, so I need to push into here, and then, so I have to use this. No matter what I do. I mean, I'm still going to have to do this little, pain in the butt. In real life, you would pop automatic brakes into the minimum brake, then add dynos. Oh. Okay, I thought you would, yeah, okay. That question kind of led me to believe that, okay, I just came off of a 7 mile long 2.1 or 2% grade. You know, what do I need to do? Probably check my brakes to make sure that I still got brakes. All right, so what I need to do here is pull up, push back, go into the yard, run around. Can I do it a different way? Let me see. Most people will go into dynamics as soon as they hit a grade, which is wrong. Well, it's New Year's in Arizona. Happy New Year's, Arizona. You know, it's so interesting. Yeah, Quincy says, most people, you mean rookies. That would be me. I want to look at this. That's the wrong lead. Okay, so I was looking at the wrong thing. So, yeah, I would pull down. I have no choice. I got to pull down and then push back into the yard, do a runaround. That was my mistake because I didn't do a runaround. Okay. But then I got to do this little job. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. Damn you, CSX. You know, now that you say that, Mother, I would see that. Yeah, I could see that. Because, I mean, all your stopping force would be up there, and you'd end up with basically like an accordion effect going back and forth through the cars. So applying a little bit of air, automatic, start the brakes, hit the dynamic brakes, prevent the accordion effect. I can see that. I'll tell you the one that that really got you know the art of engineering, the guys that used to run all the steam locomotives before they had air. I don't know how they did it. Come on, keep going. Now I'm looking at this thinking my clue was the fact that the direction that the locomotive was facing. Maybe. All right, let's fix this mistake. All right, we're clear of the switch. All right. Oh, little much. Those guys that was saying that transferred over to diesel known as seat of your pants, which means you can physically feel when the locomotive, what the locomotive is doing. No game has ever done that. You know, I guess the only thing that might be close to it is if you put a butt kicker on your chair. But I can see what you're saying. And I guess the newest thing in gaming now is this big old massive subwoofer that connects to your chair so you can actually feel it in your chair. And I got the subwoofer on the rail driver, the subwoofer on the floor if I had the butt kicker, and then I could feel everything through the desk, the floor, and the seat. But I can understand what you're saying. You wouldn't feel the actual motion of the locomotive. What's up, Chris? It is too cold to be working a local. I quit. Are you working tonight? It's my buddy Chris, man, working the Met. I haven't heard or seen you in a long time, Chris. I got a snarky answer back from you. I'm like, hey, man, you still around? A lot of people were mad at me when I disappeared, but that's only because my hard drive failed. He's got a Ferromax. Come on, Chris, head on over, man. He's about ready to, Quincy's about ready to leave Waycross and head up to Fitz. Let's go. It is cold out there, though. I got my window open. New rules? Smoke break, he'll be back. Wow. Trivia question. What is flat straight track known as? Oh, that I have no idea what the answer on that one is. I will leave that to Chris and Quincy to answer that one. You guys got new toys on the Met? I haven't seen those. What'd you get? I was actually surprised that you, because I think you guys were using, what, 40 or the 70 tonners? So what'd you get? What new toys did you get? Tell me. Inquiring minds want to know. By the way, Chris, there's a new server running. I started an AGS South server for Norfolk Southern, and I'm liking it. It's had me busy for the last 2 days, just trying to figure things out. And the documentation that came with it makes me wonder why they haven't done it like this and with all the other DLCs. Well, you've had remote control engines before. You were already the RCO, so that's nothing new. We got new engines or what? Oh, that subwoofer sounds good because the air compressor's just kicked in. Oh, not on the Met? Okay, I'm confused. Okay, so wait a minute, I'm confused because last I heard you were working on the Met. At least that's what you told me. Or you work in Riverbank for BNSF. Another notch here, backed off here a little bit. So you might have to be a little more descriptive. RCO was BNSF. Gotcha. Okay. For some reason, I thought you were working for the Met. So you actually, okay, now we're back to this where are you Met or are you BNSF employed? That's the part. I guess I thought you were Met employed. Or were you contracted to the Met from BNSF? I don't know. I give up. Met now has RCOs. Because I thought that picture you sent of me. Well, no, that's right. That one wasn't. That picture that you sent where the locomotive ended perpendicular on the tracks was I thought that was a Met locomotive, but that was actually being handled by that engineer out of Richmond. Let's get on the ground. Set some handbrakes, because these things in this DLC, these cars roll. Well, any car rolls. I mean, there's a lot of grades. I mean, it's, yeah. The last straight track is known as tangent. Okay, track, because the human eye can't see the curve in the track. Okay. I left BNSF and came to the Met on a temporary basis. So, okay, now, wait, okay, you know what? I'm not going to ask because it's none of my business. Actually, before I take off, I think I'm clear. Let's come down here and make sure. Oh, yeah. More than clear. What are your plans, say around 14 to 1500 our time tomorrow? Besides, let's see, tomorrow, I think I got basketball tomorrow. I think tomorrow and on the 1st and the 2nd we have basketball and nobody else wants to work it, so I'm going to take it. Temp equals moving to Texas. Are you finally moving to Texas? I know you've been wanting to. Yeah, I know you've been wanting to move to Texas. So you finally, did you take that job? Because I know that they weren't offering you much to make the move. Or did you get another offer? Or are you transferring with BNSF? Inquiring minds want to know. None of my business, though, really. So then tomorrow is definitely third. I mean, the second is definitely something I've got to do. Tomorrow might be up in the air because actually my son was in a car accident and with his girlfriend, and I'm not saying anything. I know even his sister is basically saying that he's a dumbass. Um, but he was on mountain roads. There was snow and pine needles, and yeah, he ended up rolling his truck. And park rangers where he was at actually said he should go off and buy a lottery ticket because he was very, very lucky. I mean, he's fine. Thanks for asking, Mother. Yeah, no, he's. I mean, he went to the hospital last night because it happened yesterday, and I know his sister was like ready to go fly down there. I mean, drive. I mean, she drives like a bat out of hell to begin with. I talked her into staying home because I don't need two kids getting into car accidents. He took a blow to the head twice from a toolbox that was in the truck. And the first one, I mean, he hit his head against the side of the truck, the side airbags deployed. And then he took a blow to the head with the toolbox because the truck rolled like 5 times down an embankment. And during the rolling, the toolbox was heading for his girlfriend's head, and he grabbed her, tucked her, pulled her head down, and took the blow himself. So he took like 3 blows to the head. So I mean, he was thinking of his girlfriend during that, but then again, I think the accident happened because he was thinking of his girlfriend instead of driving. And I mean, he's 18, so I remember what I was like during 18, and which is really odd because I noticed that both my daughter and him are kind of following some of the same experiences that I had at certain ages, because 18, 19, well actually at 18, 17 and 18, I was with the fire department, but I was with an Explorer post, and we were on a fire, and I was in a Dodge truck, and we were cutting branches, and I just happened to get back in the truck, put in, seatbelt on first. They were the first ones to say, okay, you got to have a seatbelt, but it was an old Dodge truck, but it was just a lap belt, no shoulder restraint, and we ended up going over an embankment because the road led out from underneath us, and we rolled a whole bunch of times. That was an old Dodge Power Wagon. They came out and flipped it back up on its wheels, and we drove it out. And so life is life. I'm only human means that mistakes happen. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger yet? Need to set that straight with him. Oh yeah, no, it's like, listen, dude. I was talking before, and I guess that's where my whole dissertation was. Earlier on, it's like you're behind the wheel of a vehicle. You're responsible for the people in that vehicle. You need to not be stupid. So I'm not saying that he was, and he watches my streams, so I'm not saying he was being stupid, but he should have been a little more careful, especially on snowy roads and things like that. So sometimes you just got to be careful. All right, so now that we've done the runaround, we're going to go back to the BRL. and we are going to, we'll push in, we'll pull out all the cars that are there, and we'll put them on the track, and then we'll take these cars and set them in there accordingly. I think we got to do a bunch of little switches because they're kind of mixed up. Excuse me. But you're not wrong, Mother. I mean, it's like, dude. So I'm not gonna. I mean, yeah. Well, I've been, chatting with my daughter, who's been chatting with her brother. Midnight needs to come. You got about 36 minutes there, buddy. Then you can blow stuff up. Now, are you working until midnight? Or are you home right now, Chris? I thought I was a superhero too, Mother. I'll be honest with you. I look back at then, and I mean, there were some times that I should have died, and that because I didn't, I thought I was indestructible. And all these kids, I mean, the ones I work at a high school. Okay, we've got over 2,000 students, and they all think that they're indestructible. And they're not, and that's the thing. Ooh, you're pulling into the office? Okay, so you guys jumped the track and going through the building. Gotcha. Okay. You're working? So I take it you're off at midnight? Well, you got, like I said, right now, you got 35 minutes, Chris. It'll be here in no time. What yard were you working out of today? So if you say you're pulling, I'm trying to get a picture on the map here. So if you're pulling into the yard office, I'm thinking you're probably pulling into Empire. So you're probably pulling into Empire, Chris. So were you working? What was your main yard you're working out? Were you working out of Riverside, McClure, Empire, or all of them? Ooh, grinding those brakes. Oh, you're on Santa Fe. Okay, I know. Okay, I need to pull up just a little bit more. Oh, I had 323 feet left. Of course, I got to pull up a little bit more. Okay. So, like, once again, I'm thinking what your office is actually in Empire. Or is that a little too much? Oh, mobile, pulling for BNSF, Modesto to B. Okay, gotcha. Modesto to Barstow. And in real world, how long of a run is that? When I was 4 years old, I can't remember steam engines pulling freight on the main line. Get me? Gotcha. I fought my own battlefield. No one helped. Just me. Oh, when I was 4 years old, I can remember steam engines pulling freight on the main line. Yep. Got a guy who pops in here as SP Bob. I haven't seen him in a while. Hope he's doing well. but he remembers the old SP cab forwards pulling freight out of, through Sacramento and up and over the mountains. Gotcha. Okay. So Stockton, go down, stop in Bakersfield, and then grab a train in Bakersfield and head back to Stockton, and that's the end of their day? Or do they hold over the night overnight, since that's kind of a long trip? Doo doo. Now we can go ahead, once we get clear of this switch, we can go ahead and pull forward and go down and work the BRL. And then bring the cars back and put them up in the Bessemer yard, and then we'll put this locomotive back down where we found it. We'll call it good. A little extra long stream for New Year's Eve. Nah, rain doesn't suck. I think snow would be worse. Alright, let's go stand on the railing here. Yeah, a little bit of horn there. You have to carry 2 radios? What, one for each hand? And you got one radio. So what? One radio between you and the engineer, and then another for you and the dispatcher? Gotcha. You talking about the hump yards, Mother, or you don't like the hump yards, or what exactly about the humping in Run 8 is not realistic? I mean, considering, I'd be interested to know in case of emergency. Oh, I had to think from it. Stanislaus County. So one, it's a railroad, and then one for Stanislaus County. Got it. Okay. Oh, I know about the hump yards, but I mean, is it the way that they're being done, or because a lot of it, the fact I think, and Quincy, if he's still with us here, even unless he's on the road again, I don't think it was until version 3 that they actually had AI humping for the yards, let alone the trains. But AI is, I'm just guessing because I've only known version 3, but I've been told that it was up until version 3 there was no AI. So considering the fact that it's working, I'm okay with it. I'm not hyper realistic about Run 8 anyway. There's some people out there that, thanks Chris, that are super hyper real. I'm not. I mean, you can see by the way I'm operating right now, I'm not super realistic. I treat Run 8 as if it was my virtual model railroad. Thank you, Quincy. So, and that's how I look at it, and I figure, you know, if it works, great. The only problem I have is when one of the tracks in the bowl fills up, I would like to see the train stop a lot sooner than when it does. Because I mean, at that point, it's always a process of having to disable the controller and then pull the train away from the top of the hump, and before I head down, you know, pull the track, and then, you know, it just seems like I get coming to a stop. I just wish it would stop a lot sooner. So humping in real life is not what it is in game. First off, let me bring this to a stop here. First off, it's not automatic. It's all manual, hard work, reading list, just saying as game makes it simple. I'm thinking about that statement, Mother, because I know that there's been I've watched some hump yard operations, especially in the European theater. And with some of the cars now having like GPS units on them and you got readers, I mean, I've often wondered when you look at in real life, you know, and well, go back to the Norris yard video that I was talking about earlier. Let's get closer. As they're showing cars going over the hump, I don't see anybody there like reading the side of the cars or anything. And so I've often wondered, I mean, there's got to be some computer in this day and age, computer controls, barcode scanning, something to that point. Well, flat switching is an art in itself. I was actually watching, I think it was in Germany, they were pushing cars over the hump, but they were doing 2 tracks at a time. And that was something that, I mean, the only yard I ever saw that had that was Waycross, and of course in the game they have one turned off, you know, it's not working. They got a sign there, do not use, whatever. And I think that's just a limitation of the software. Hump office, we report car problems, reasons why certain cars are placed into car shop. Well, hobos. Oh, I know. Who's like the most famous hobo out there just passed away. And someone was saying that he could actually afford his own place. Ooh, I brought it to a stop. Didn't want to do that. But I don't know. I just don't, like I said in the video I watched of Norris Yard, I don't see anybody out there actually looking at cars. If they're going to be up in the tower watching things from the tower. So there's got to be something that is being read somewhere, whether it's a near field, what do they call it, NFR, near field radio, kind of like what you have on your credit card, but maybe a little bit stronger, or a barcode somewhere that's being read by a computer. I'm just curious. Now you made me curious. I was like, okay, so is it, I mean, 26 years ago you said you retired? I can see somebody had to sit there and look at cars go by, but nowadays, whoa, slow down. I said slow down. There we go. Too fast, but I'll take it. Oops. What are you doing? Oh. Wait, what? Stockton had a bear a couple of weeks ago in a box cart? Okay. Transporting animals. I see it. I've seen it all. Run 8 humping is too easy. Well, you know, it's a simulator. And I think with what they have to work with, it works. I'll still defend Run 8. I mean, is everything going to be absolutely perfect and actually realistic in real life? No. But it is what it is, and it works. I mean, what are we left with? Train Sim? Train Sim World? Dovetail Games? That's Quincy's favorite? It's sim built off of real life, and I think like with what they've done, it's very good. I will defend it. It is the best. It's the best simulator out there. I mean, you got trains. I bought. Well, it was a year ago. I bought, and I played it a couple times to stop. Oh, the lie you tell, farmer. What did I say? Oh, now I hear gunshots. He never liked me to begin with, Quincy. Dovetail games. Oh my gosh, yeah. No, I mean we've had that discussion before. And I bought it because it was on sale, and if I could get my money back, I probably would. Train Sim World is your favorite. But the truth is that I mean they lost me when oh, you know what? My husband is injured. He's a hiker. He's lost in the mountains somewhere. I'm going to call a train company in order to get have them pick my husband up and bring him home. I'm not going to call the sheriff's department. Oh, I'm not going to call search and rescue. I'm not going to call the military. I'm going to call the train. Give me a break. The new train smell. It's still in its plastic wrapper. Actually, more like I'm going to put a condom around it because I don't want to get anything on me. Yeah, no, I put it on, and actually that was one of the things I did not reinstall on my. And I you know what? I can blame Train Sim for taking out my hard drive when the C drive failed. Come on back. Trying to inch my way back, trying to keep it under control. Yeah, it would have been great if they had made it more like if they would open it up and make it more like Run 8. Train Sim would definitely be the way to go. But it's the scenario side. I'm gonna run a train from point A to point B. Hey, you made it! Congratulations! Here's the number of points you got. Go find another scenario. That's why I like Run 8 because it doesn't. You don't do that. I mean, when I get done with this, what's my next scenario? Let me go look at the map and figure out what do I want to do. Do I want to stay on this map? No, I'm going to go to my other virtual model railroad and start. Maybe I'll go over to Roseville again, or maybe I'll go down to Waycross. You know, start working the hump yard in Waycross. or go, like I said, Selkirk. Go to work the Selkirk map. I can do whatever I want. They're my scenarios, and I don't have to look of like, hey, look, there's a wounded hiker in the trees right there. Let me get my train and go rescue him. Well, it's a hell of an accident if we got it on. I think because it wasn't it their idea to replace it was it Microsoft Train Simulator? I mean, honestly, that's when I came looking for a train sim. I wanted Microsoft's Train Simulator, and it was no longer available. And I figured MSTS 2 or 3 would have been out by now, and I'm like, nope, it's not there. So I start looking, and I saw Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic, Trains, and I'm like, I don't really like it. I mean, the ones for, well, let's see, Trains. The only thing about Trains was that when I did buy it, and I'm gonna goof around with it. But the thing about it is like you have to buy, you buy the DLC. Okay, fine, I can buy a DLC for this game, no problem. But then there's no way to generate a train. It's like a model railroad, and that's how that game was actually developed, was to give you a way to build a model railroad virtually and then run around on it. And you draw, you pick the locomotive and put it on the tracks. You pick your cars and put it on the tracks. And I was looking at, there was a YouTube video guy, and I was looking at his videos. Okay, how are you getting these cars? And I finally chatted with him, and he finally admitted, he goes, it's not like Run8. It doesn't spawn trains. You have to build your trains manually. And he goes, that's what I do. I build my trains manually, and then I make my videos. It's not what I was looking for. All right, let's see what we got here. Number 1, Train Sim World CSX Heavy Haul, released on March 16, 2017. 2, Train Sim World Founders Edition, released in 2018. 3, Train Sim World later in 2018, the third version, and then Train Sim World 2020. And then isn't there a 2024 out, or 2025 or whatever it is now? It just came out. I'm not interested. It's just, it looks great. Don't get me wrong. It looks fantastic, but they don't get it. They honestly just don't get it. All right, so we're going to take these cars I just pulled out, and everything else is going to stay. The locomotives and stuff will stay there. I'm just going to keep them there for, this whole area over here is set there. So if I want to generate cars that, oh, hey, this needs to go to BRL to be repaired, then I can have Industries generate those cars, and okay, it's an empty car, send it to BRL. And that's why I was saying before, I could actually take something and maybe redo all these tracks and like kind of make it like the facility outside of Waycross. But primarily, in real life, what is being described in the documents are that this is an engine repair. Not so much for cars, but this is an engine repair facility. And they never will. No. And they're, like you said, they're from Great Britain, and they're, and it's like, okay, and you listen to it, how they describe operations here in the States, and they're using British terms. I'm like, I know that's not right. They won't. I've had people in my stream actually flat out tell me that they prefer the scenarios because it's that sense of accomplishment. And if that's what you like, then stay with it. But honestly, the flow of cars is constant and ongoing. So your sense of accomplishment is, okay, I've got these cars here that need to go to BRL. I've got them all in place. I've just got to wait for them to turn. There's my sense of accomplishment. And hence that's why I do the videos that I do, because I want more people to find, and I'm getting a lot of people like they would never have known about Run8 if they hadn't have found my videos. And I'm finding that I can't go any farther because I put too many handbrakes on. I can. I take some brakes off because I want to push back a little bit more. One, two, three cars. Okay, we'll leave those three on. Let's push back just a little bit more. There we go. That's Merkin. Got to pronounce that right. Leave a Merkin Railroad alone. Because all they know is European Railroad or British Rail. And they're prideful of their British Rail, and that's okay. But British Rail is not the end-all be-all. How dare I say that? I wonder how well it would go over if Run8 actually made a DLC that was British Rail. Honestly, I'd like to see them come up with something up in Canada. Let's see, any piece. Except one that was the Clinchfield Route. It was done right, and then that was one off. It's like Simroll. Yeah, you and Kung Fu helped me find this train sim. There you go. Yeah. Yep. See. That's why I've got so many videos on it. I mean, I don't do it right. I mean, like I said, I'm not hyper realistic on it. But okay, we gotta come down here. But it is by far, I think, the most accurate as far as the physics are concerned. I had heard that they had a plan for an Alaska route, and they've been sitting on. Wasn't that since version 1 that they had a plans for an Alaska route? Ah, gotcha. The conductor mod. Yeah. I think an Alaska route would be nice, but that's still not Canada. But an Alaska route would be interesting as long as they can do if they can do the scenery right. But I think they need to do, a CN or a CP. Spur Game. Spur Game had a good one on the other night. He was doing this map. All right, what am I doing first? Okay, I got the steel first, so let's go ahead and push this in. First railroading MIP sim is no joke. Trains, yeah. See, trains, if you look at the history, in fact, there's a really good video out there that they put out, which was the history of trains. And so I spent a lot of time watching, and it goes back to, that's an Australian product, And that's where it started first, and that was actually meant to be a virtual model railroad. And that's what it was for. It was meant for model railroaders to virtually build a layout, and they kind of got away from what they were really wanting to do with it, but it's like, okay, I can build it on the computer, then print out plans and all that kind of stuff. And I like it, but and I say the way everything operates, actually the cars and the locomotives, they operate like they do on an actual model railroad, not like a real railroad. And the thing about trains I do like is they have the ability so you can build your own route. That is really neat. And I'm wondering, and I have to wonder, and I ask this question: what if they opened it up to modders, they being Run8, open it up to the modders like FarmSim does, and let excuse me. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But like in Train Sim, let the modders build some new. Okay, I did apply a break. Let them build new maps. So I mean it's a fair question. Where would we be now if the modders could build their own maps? Would we have a complete Class 1 network that covers the entire United States? I have trains. I think I like trains. I was having fun with the base map that they gave. It's like a nice little model railroad map, and it was fun. That's the only. I'm not really complaining about it. I don't know. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, even though it was made for model railroading. It was not 100% what I was looking for. All right, we're gonna pull back up here. I got the two. I guess it really doesn't matter, but it was just kind of nice to put the cars together. And then I was thinking that let me go free fly mode here for a second. What if I put the steel cars over here, and with this, use this, like pull in, grab the cars, push them back, use this more as a runaround track. Anyway, that's what, and that's the thing with Run8 is you can configure everything. That's, doing air quotes, that's the scenery. I can configure all the industries. I can configure, the through trains, or I can add or delete some of the supply trains. That's really nice. That's a lot that you can do, and you can, but it's not, it's building a map. Okay, this is your new base map. Who wants to add on to it? Where would we be if the modders got a hold of this and started building their own maps? There you go. It was like I said, I spent a lot of time watching things on YouTube, and there was a good one. Guy showed a process for taking Google Maps and putting it on as an overlay on the base, for lack of a better description, in trains. That showed where all the tracks were, and then you just use that and lay your tracks on top of it so you can actually model. And it was like, okay, if you want to do it 1-for-1 or half scale or whatever, but Trains 2019. See, that's the other thing too. I got the latest, was it Trains 2022, I think is what it is. And I noticed that a lot of people stay with 2019 over 2022. And when I was playing around with the layout maker, well, I forgot what they call it, but it seemed like the differences between, because you can switch back and forth, and it just seemed like the differences between 2019 and 2022 is it seemed like 2019 was just easier to work with. One minute to go, Chris. Happy New Year. Or maybe even less a minute now. I'm hearing a lot of fireworks. It is now officially midnight here. It is now 2025 in California. So Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Woohoo. Duck. Yep, here they go. There goes the fireworks. Kind of like Kerbo. It's World War III outside. Wow, 39 hours to cross it? That's a big map. The other side of that, though, too, is I just don't have the patience for it. If I'm going to make an actual layout, I'd rather make an actual layout. And that was something as a kid when I built my the N scale layout, and then I tore it down, and I really started diving into the articles and Model Railroader and to learn, different techniques, and I would practice different techniques to make things, and it just became more fun on my HO layout. I'm okay. See, I'm okay with that. But virtually, I just don't have the patience for it. Oops, let's get a little more. And dogs are barking. ARMA wasn't a thing in 2004, which has massive maps. Star Citizen didn't show up until 2013. How about EVE Online? And that's still a thing right now too. Talking about big map, never-ending map. And honestly, if oops, let's go this way. And honestly, if it had launched, come on, pull. Yeah, if it had launched, Stargate Worlds would have been one of the biggest MMO game, expansive games because it was going to span the entire universe. That one I beta tested, and I love the TV series, and I love the movies, and as long as they keep building it, if they keep adding on to it, and then Stargate, they were just going to keep adding on, and new gate addresses would give you new worlds in Stargate Worlds, but that came to an ugly end. A week before it was supposed to launch, the court shut it down because the guys that were developing it were stealing money. They were misappropriating the funds. And MGM, which owned the rights to the TV series and the movies, came calling going, we want to look at your books. But anyway, keep adding on to it. All right, let's get this one in here. Then the rest just get parked or tied down, actually. And then it's just a matter of going back up, shoving these other ones back, doing a runaround, putting them up in the Bessemer yard, parking locomotive, and then I'm done for the night. So we got about a good 15, 20 minutes of rail time here. Wonder what the turnaround time is on this industry. And yes, this is the Norfolk Southern AGS line. It's actually there's some CSX work, and that's what I'm doing. I'm doing some CSX trackage, or not trackage. What am I saying? Working some industries that are on the CSX lines. I've never played the largest trains map ever made, which is on YouTube. Someone streamed it. Took 2 months, 23 days to cross it at a speed of 80 miles per hour nonstop. That's a massive map. That is a map. So, I mean, was it just like a all straight track, or? Or was it a legit, like, main line with a lot of, local stuff mixed in, a legitimate, actual map? Or was it just something that, hey, I'm going to make the longest map from one end to the other, and oh, so it was all filled in? Okay, well, as long as it was legit, like a legit, they're trying to model something, I can respect that. But if it's just like one straight track and it's like it's going to take you, 40 hours to go from one end to the other, why? I'll go look for that. I'll go look that one up. That's why I ended up doing, like, looking up the one, because I wanted to see Norris yard when this came out. Okay, here's a Norris yard in the game. Wow, they did a good job modeling it. And if they keep adding on to the Southern California map, that may become the largest map ever. And I hear gunfire again. Yeah, that's gunfire. There's definitely a difference between fireworks and gunfire. All right, let's bring this to a stop, and then we can go ahead and back up. Oh. Train crews. Yeah, that would be something that, well, it wouldn't take 2 months, but if you went from Seligman to Needles in one day, Needles to Barstow in another day, Barstow, Bakersfield, Fresno, and then Fresno to Modesto. put on your helmet. Exactly. Either that or they're shooting at each other. 3 a.m. Well, hey, Smother, thanks for hanging out here, man. Thanks for the trivia. That was definitely educational. You'll have to come back and do some more. I think that kind of like started a good conversation, especially with Quincy jumping in, and you XL railroader, Quincy current railroader, Chris current railroader. Help everybody else learn about railroading and using that knowledge in Run 8. So good night and Happy New Year, Mother. I appreciate you being here. Boom. Sounds like a 45. No, I appreciate you. I really do. Means a lot. You could have been doing anything else, but you chose to be here. Okay, let me take this one off. Shove back some more. Or am I good? Let me go take a look. Orange dots. We are good. I definitely want to push back a little bit more, just to get away from the switch. Make sure that I'm not fouling that switch at all. Happy New Year, Dr. RP. What's up, buddy? Did you get my message on Discord, buddy? All right, let's pull forward a bit. So we are on CSX territory in the NS AGS South line. So this is working cars that were dropped off by Norfolk Southern in the Bessemer yard. And there's 2 industries modeled here in this section for CSX. So we're working these cars and we're taking cars ready to go back to Norris. And we'll be putting them back into the Bessemer yard to be picked up later. Good, awesome. You know what, you weren't wrong, buddy. I'm telling you, this is the information that came with the DLC. I mean, all I did was I worked the AB45 local, which took me all day. Almost all day. I think I said 2 days earlier at the beginning of the stream, but now I think about it, I think it was almost 3 days. Maybe it was just 2, because I know I did 1 running this. Oh, I know what it was. I did the AB45, and then I started working in the hump yard, the Norris yard, because there were some trains that were spawned, and they went through. It was nice for rail fanning, but every train that spawned went into the receiving yard, and by the time I got done working the AB45 and got back to Norris, I couldn't get in because the receiving yard was full. So I ended up having to hold the AB45 at the limit. That'd be the yard limit, and held it there while I made some moves and pushed some cars over the hump yard, and then I literally didn't delete everything because every train that was sitting in there had cars for the 11 locals that are in this DLC. So I've got right now my receiving yard or my forwarding yards are absolutely full. So it's going to be interesting. All right, so let's go ahead and come off the handbrakes. And I am going to go ahead. We're going to have to do a little move because we got to push these cars back and get them into, so we got that little down there. We got to kind of pull in and then push back again and get them into the yard. There's the CSX yard, and then do a run around, pull out, and then push back so we can put these cars onto one of the tracks in Bessemer, so that when Norfolk comes, they can drop their cars and pick these up and take them back to Norris. And that's how this works. So this is the interchange between CSX and Norfolk Southern and Bessemer is what I'm working. Did you happen to find the information to sign on by chance? And could you sign on? That was to Dr. RP. And then the other thing too is what we talked about as far as Mohawk and Selkirk. Did you try what we talked about in running that updater, that update file, getting the latest one, I guess whatever that one is that's off of Run8 Studios, running that and then running the updater and see if that did it? One sec. Time's up. I need water. I've had my 2 adult beverages. Now I need water. Wow, fireworks are done already? Bad password. All capital? Let me look. Maybe it is a lazy farmerism. No, that's the right password. That's what I've got. Obviously, you can leave out everything in the parentheses. Alright, jump down on the ground. Oh, we're going uphill, so this will be easy to bring it to a stop. I better come off the air. I was on the automatic. This is kind of an irritation, to be honest with you. And they do mention that you could probably just change put these industries up there in the Bessemer yard, but for realism, yeah, come down here, but you got to do this little jog and then push back into this yard, which is back here, and I need to back in and grab these cars because they're ready to go back as well too. So, and I can tell you right now, for this industry right here, I've got cars in the Norris yard waiting for it. I actually frustrated myself the other day, RP, because I couldn't sign into my own server until I realized I needed to do port forwarding. Alright, so now we're going to go pull forward past this switch. And we are going to be going, I think this goes downhill. Yep, downhill. So I'm going to start. Slam on the dynamics. Ah, hang on. All right, now we gotta go into the yard. Let me go take a look at Discord real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, well, you know what? It would help if I actually set permissions. Give me just a minute. All right, I'm back. I sent you a message back there. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to shove in reverse. But what I'm going to do, oops, I want to go back here. And I'm going to welcome to the session, sir. All right, I'm going to come back into here. And let's go and grab these cars. Or car. And then we'll back in. Yep, I see it, and you made it in. Nice. Oh, there he is. There's Devin. I think that's number 1. I always forget what it is. Where's my train? Why is my train not moving? I don't know if you just joined me or have been lurking, but man, I've been doing nothing for almost 2 days straight but working the receiving yard and trying to clear the receiving yard out and then trimming it, and then I mean there's a lot of cars that need to be delivered. So I've turned off the AI trains because everything that's been spawning, and that's the way they designed this map, everything that's been spawning it's been tagged for locals. So I've been getting some good sized trains. I got a lot of cars. And the only local I've worked so far was the AB45. That's it. And then I figured out, I just realized tonight on the stream, I'm like, oh, you know, one of the biggest concerns is, okay, if I'm going to sort trains out to, ooh, look at this car rock. I love it. I love it. Look at that. Ooh, I love that. A little bit of realism with the cars. I got seasickness mode turned all the way up. So if you guys are getting ready to puke, oh well. But there is like a little yard right over there that you can use to sort your cars for locals and then put them back on one of the departure yards. So all right, I'm gonna back in. We'll grab this car. I think I don't have a switch list yet for this one. A little rough, under 5 miles an hour. I'm good with it though. All right, let's go ahead. Air is connected. So now if you're wondering, is that my conductor sitting there? No, he's wearing a vest. That's probably somebody from the FRA. And if I'm in trouble for anything, my name is Quincy White. That's one thing. Most of the trains that spawn go to the... Oh, yeah, they do. Almost all the trains do. There's a few trains that are through trains. But look at these cars rock. I love it. You don't see that. Not enough of that. But you're right, Devin. It's like I was reading up on that document. I'm going to reread it again. But, I mean, a lot of the cars that spawn, well, a lot of the trains that spawn are through trains. But the majority are all spawning for industry, which is something that I wish they would do on all the DLCs. And it just seems like they did some things on this one that honestly just make it a wow. And you can clearly see when you go around the map and look at it that you can see where they're ready to expand this out. You know, and they named it Phase 1, which indicates that there's going to be a Phase 2, maybe a Phase 3. You know, and then on top of that, we got Modesto to Stockton that's probably coming. We've got Seco to Gobel that's going to be filled in. High rail simulations are talking about going to Savannah. I think 2025 is going to be an amazing year as far as DLCs are concerned for Run 8, as long as they keep doing. The second half of 2024 was amazing. I mean, we got a lot of car packs. We got some new DLCs. We've got new assets in here. The second half was really good. Run 8 has really gone up, and the question I keep getting too is, which DLC is my favorite? I gotta say right now, the way they delivered this one and the information that they delivered, this one is in the top 3. Hey, Katie. Oh, you're running the fits? Yeah, Katie, you got to get this map. I've got it. Like I said, I'm on the server right now. Obviously, you got Devon's in here. Come join it because there is a ton of work. I don't know if you saw the beginning of it. When I get done with this and get this back up to Bessemer, I'm going to go back to the Norris yard. In my playlists, I put a video up in my favorite videos. I found it yesterday or the day before. I can't remember which. And because I went in, I wanted to see what Norris Yard was all about. And then when I bought the map, I'm looking at this video, which came out about a year ago, and I'm looking at this map. They got the hump yard at Norris spot on almost. I mean, I don't see anything that's wrong with it. Yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting. They already have the MP tags as far as Meridian. I mean, you go out, and I was on there earlier. I was flying out, following tracks out, and there's nothing. It's just all there is just ground and tracks. There's no other scenery put in, so you can kind of get the feel that they're getting ready to. This is going to be the next big one. This one is going to. I don't know. I really think that this is going to be as big as Southern California, as big as the Southeast. So I mean, you can't even call it Southern California. It's the Southwest because it's now out of Southern California. It's into the Central California area, especially if they go so far as to expand and connect Roseville. Then we're talking. We have a California map, you know, and it's going to cover Nevada, Arizona, and it's actually going to be pretty darn amazing. It really is. All right, let's go ahead and slow this down. Even though it's going uphill, let me get into some dynamics here. And I got to do a runaround so I can actually pull these out, and then we'll push them into the Bessemer yard, and then bring this train back down here. And it looks like the best place is going to be. Let me get some automatic brake in. And we're still rolling, so get some handbrakes on. There we go. All right. But it looks like, I'm thinking that for where they had the locomotive sitting all out just on the Y, to me it seems like the best place for this locomotive to sit is going to be on this little spur right here. So after I drop these cars off at Bessemer, I'll come back and bring it back. I think the server's set up to be automatic. I've got the config file. I've got to go put it on the server so it will automatically start. but I think it is already, when I get off of here, we'll get into Discord, but I believe crew interaction is automatically turned on. Alright, attach point. Am I reverse? I don't want to go reverse. What am I doing? I'm facing this way. Here we go. Ah, thanks for flipping. You can flip that switch. And I need the other one down here flipped as well too, if you want to do that. And then there's a lag time of about 20 seconds, so I'll wait a minute before those get done. Yeah, it's on. I set this server up so it was on automatically. And I think I'm going to do that. Oh, there it goes again. Oh my goodness, hold on, what's going on here? Third time tonight. Hang on, guys. Oh, come to a stop. I do not know what's going on there. I've these little hiccups. I don't know what's happening, if it's my system or if it's... Oh, thank you, sir. Or if it's just the internet. I'm physically connected to the router. And only 3 times tonight, it's like everything just stopped, and it's even I don't know, maybe it's the save game file on the server. I gotta look at that. If I'm actually, because I think I got 4 servers going now. AGS, Pits, let's see, AGS, Pits, Mohawk, 3 servers. So, well, no, 4th, because I also have I have got my private little Fresno to Modesto, and then NorCal is being hosted in a different location. So, but the ones that are out there for anybody to join that are on my system are, like I said, it's Pittsburgh, it's Mohawk and Selkirk, and it's now the Norfolk Southern AGS. And if it's too much, I'm gonna have to shut down I'll shut down one of my servers. Thank you, sir. He's got my switches lined for me. Awesome. Actually, that little spur right there would be a nice place to park the locomotive as well, too. I think I like that one better, to be honest with you. I'll park that one. I can always turn that one back there. I was talking about putting this locomotive. Let's go ahead and slow down. 17 miles an hour is a little fast. Here we go. Yeah, you know what? I'll use this one here. I'll park this locomotive right there. That makes more sense. Katie, don't worry about it, my bud. I got you, okay? Join my servers, you'll get more comfortable with it, and then you'll say, Farmer who? And go off and join like the Depot Plus, which is actually my intention for anybody that joins my servers. Okay, I can pull forward. But you know what? You join my Discord, join the server. We can have all kinds of fun. And that's for anybody, honestly, because I'll tell you that it is much more fun playing Run8 in a multiplayer environment. And we've done that. We've done operating sessions on Roseville. We can do operating sessions on this one. We can do operating sessions on Mohawk and Selkirk. You know, if you guys say, hey, I want to do an operating session, you know, just message me. You know, leave a message in my Discord channel, questions. Hey, when's your next operating session? Can we do this? You know, and hey, we'll do this. I'm going to be interested to see, as far as this map is concerned, is is the depot going to leave it alone? Are they going to keep the configs the way they are? Or what are they going to change? You know, what I usually do is I usually start somebody out if they want to be kind of trained. I tell them, okay, you're going to get behind the locomotive, and you're going to be the engineer. I'm going to be the conductor, and then that way you get an idea of what it's like to be a conductor, what I've had people do to me, or tell me what to do, and you get an idea then. Because I did have somebody that was from France. It was hard for him to be on though, because there was about an 7-8 hour difference. All right. F7 cheat, handbrakes off, moving up to the rear of this thing, climbing on the attachment. All right, rear headlights on full, forward headlights on dim, because I'm actually going in reverse. So I'm going to go put this into reverse. We're already going downhill moving. So we're going to go down, and then there's I gotta make sure I pick the right road so I can push up to the Bessemer yard. Happy New Year! What's up, Karch? Happy New Year, buddy. You changed your name. Are we being less political? I don't know about your neck of the woods, buddy, but I mean over here, honestly, fireworks lasted for maybe about 15 minutes and stopped. It seemed like last year, the year before, they just went on for a long, long time. So either people just didn't have money to buy all the illegal fireworks, or they're just not in that partying mood. And I'm getting a lot of that on the political side, the things that people are just not in that. Okay, I'm going to actually come to a stop here. I need to look at these tracks because I can't remember which one we need. Devin, you might have me lined up right, but I want to double check. I think this was me. Fireworks mostly. I've got nothing over here. I can't hear a thing. So if you guys haven't figured it out, that's my buddy Karch. I work with him. And okay, we are lined up. Is that right? And then this goes up into the Bessemer yard. Yes, and this is going to be a steep climb. So, all right, let's get back on the ground. All right. Come off the automatic brake, and let's go ahead and. So this is going to be right now it's only showing about 2/100ths of a downhill, 2/100ths of a percent downhill grade, but it is a steep climb up into the Bessemer yard, and a very steep steep descent coming down. So you got to watch your speed. And then we'll be coming off of this is going to be switching over from CSX line onto the Norfolk Southern line. Oh yeah? Well, here's something for you. I know you're not a big Lord of the Rings fan, but my daughter is going to start an actual D&D based game, played like D&D, but it's going to be all about Lord of the Rings. And there are a series of books. Alright, I'm not going to play that whistle anymore. Alright, let me get on the ground so I can make sure I clear this. So 0.5% downhill grade already. At least these are empties. Well, no, actually I take it back. These are loaded. 93% loaded, 97% loaded, so yeah, they're going to be kind of heavy. Let's get off the dynamics now. You know, what we could do is, hey, if you're afraid to sleep, we could always play Bigfoot. We can let Bigfoot hunt us. I played that the other day. I stayed in the campsite. I was exploring everything in and around the campsite, and I came around the camper and walked right into Bigfoot. I was like within the first 5 minutes of the game. I died. I'm still kind of wound up because you didn't hear from at the beginning, but my son ended up getting into a car accident yesterday. He has a concussion. He hit his head on the side of the car, on the side of the truck actually, and then he took another blow to the head with a toolbox that was in the cab, and then he protected his girlfriend because the toolbox was heading for her, so he grabbed her and covered her up and let the toolbox hit him in the head a third time. So he's kind of hurting right now. All right, so now I'm in forward because I'm pushing these cars, and I got to push up. So 0.5% grades. I thought it was a lot steeper. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, the truck, they were up around Oakhurst, and I don't think he was paying attention to his driving. I think he was paying attention to his girlfriend, and it seemed like it was snowy, and there was a lot of pine needles on the road that they were on, and he ended up sliding off of the road. So I think he was going a little bit fast and probably slammed on the brakes on snowy, icy road. Never do that, and pay attention to what you're doing and not your girlfriend. He's 18. I get where his head was at, and he was probably not thinking with his big head. He was thinking with his little head. So he watches my streams. He knows I'm picking on him. I love him to death, but don't. Come on, you know, be smart, dude. Be smart. I know you're a smart kid. Be smart. So, but both of them are okay. I think he took the worst of it. He protected his girlfriend. Good man there. But, yeah, that's not a way to show her parents that he's a responsible young adult. And his sister's pissed. I spent more time trying. Okay, we've got 1% uphill grade right here. Yeah, I spent more time trying to calm her down. 1.5% grade. So it is climbing. Okay, we are getting closer to 2. So technically we're over 1.5. So we can call it, if we round it up, it would be a 2% grade right here, which is pretty steep. I'm surprised you're not playing Foxhole. So back to you, Katie. I expect to see you on my servers. I mean, I don't know whatever maps you have, reach out to me. I mean, and you know what? I mean, we need to get you on the maps. That's all. We just need to get you here. So yeah, it is a pretty steep climb. 1.5% grade. That's a pretty steep climb. All right, we are coming into Bessemer. These main lines over here are Norfolk Southern. This map is primarily a Norfolk Southern map. But we have interchange with CSX. I think there's an interchange with BNSF, and Union Pacific. So, in fact, there are cars. I got a car that I've got right now that you'll see it will say NOL, which would be New Orleans, but then it says UP, so it's going to New Orleans on the UP network. All right, we made it up. It's down to about 0.2%. So the AB45 local comes as far as here, dropping off cars for BRL and WWL, which CSX, that's what I did. Well, I didn't have anything for WWL, but I did have a car to pick up from there. So when I've got cars in Norris that are for WWL. So I might do a stream in a day or two using the yards and that small, basically sorting yard is what I'm going to call it. I don't know what they would call what Norfolk Southern calls it. I'm just going to call it a sorting yard. I've got the A28, which I have like miles of cars that need to be delivered. So if anything, that would be one in which, whoa, slow down. In fact, I'm going in full dynamics at this point. Let's get on the ground so I can see where I'm at. Let's go through the cars because we can do that. All right, little error. Come off. We're down to 7. Let's come off the dynamics a little bit. And we'll hit handbrake on this one, handbrake on this one, handbrake on that one, handbrake on that one. Come off the dynamics, apply a little bit of air just to hold it. Close and open, and we're ready to head back to CSX territory with this locomotive. Wrong way. Am I going the wrong way? Hang on. Oh, I am long hood forward. I was short. I thought I was short hood forward. Sorry, guys. I am long hood, so I got to go into reverse. There we go. All right. We'll go back, make our move. We'll pull in, and we'll in that little yard down there. We got that little tiny stub. Perfect place to park this Jeep. And to close out the stream, we'll go ahead and we'll show the Norris yard again. We'll entice Katie Deck to go get the DLC. The one thing about this, I did see an Amtrak train go by that I was like, I looked at it, I'm like, why am I seeing Run8 boxcars? And I thought I had put all the DLCs back on again. I guess the viewliners were not on, so I need to go back up my Run8 files onto the new hard drive that I just got. I got a new external hard drive because my old external hard drive was a Seagate, and that's what failed. That was a Seagate hard drive that failed in my computer, and then I noticed that the Seagate external hard drive was acting kind of funky as well too. So yeah, I went and got a new one, new terabyte. In fact, the new 2 terabyte Western Digital was way cheaper than the Seagate was when I initially bought it, and it was only 1 terabyte. All right, so we're going downhill and using a little bit of the independent. Let's go ahead and get something in there. We're going to slow this thing down to just about 15 miles an hour. Slow speed will not hold it on downhill, so we'll use brakes. Oh, Katie's been like, he's drinking. Katie's drinking. Absolutely. I think the easiest one, I think, Katie, you have Roseville, don't you? That would be the easiest one because everything on there, all the configurations are LazyFarmer configurations, everything. So it's not, since there is no like very very populated files from the depot, because they just, I don't know, for some reason the depot had it up and then they took it back down again, and I think that's a personal preference. And I say that because when the person that was putting out the very populated files, I asked him, oh, thank you, sir, if he was going to come up with some very populated files, and he was like, no. All right, we'll go to dim on the rear, high beams on the front. Let's go forward, come off the brakes. 1 knot should be enough since we've got nothing here. And we're going in, and we'll just go into the yard, back this onto the stub, and then tire down. So, first impressions, or my impressions of this DLC, honestly, get it. It is a work. I think this is by far, honestly, as much as I love Roseville and as much as I love the Fresno to Modesto and everything else that they've come up with, I'm going to keep saying it. This one by far is a better work of art. The documentation is so much better. A few champers with the spousal unit. Oh, you got one of those. Whoa, I'm flying. I didn't realize I was going that fast. Oh yeah, Roseville. There you go. See, that's the first place to start, because I mean, like I said, everything it's very easy. What you have we have four locals out of Roseville, 6 out of, let me get on the ground here. I think my buddy's got the switches lined up for me. He does. Awesome. All right. All right. There we go. Turn lights on. Oh, we gotta go in reverse. Since I got somebody on the ground, let them know what I'm doing. And I just changed the configuration files, so we've got MOW stuff to do there as well on Roseville with the new MOW car pack. So we've got reasons for MOW cars coming in and going out. Thank you, sir. Yes, you would join for Roseville or NorCal, join my regular TheLazyFarmer Discord. And then the server information for, because it's being hosted by our buddy Kung Fu Beer, let's see, we're going to pull right up without hitting the bumper. All right, let's get on the ground look. But yeah, the information to access. All right, I hit the brake, the handbrake. It's already there. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put this down into isolate, and then we're just going to kill the motor. And then what I like to do, hold down the F11, click on the side, come in here and turn off all the switches. And we are back on the ground. We are tied down. And then the only thing we need to do is kill the lights. Lights are off. So we are set. This is properly tied down. It's not going anywhere. And so we're done. So here I go, free fly mode. So we can get a bird's eye view. And we're going to fly. And we're going to go down the line. This is heading back, or this would be heading north toward the Norris yard, and BLX is one of those industries that we worked on the way down. HTI, we should have cars here that are getting ready to turn. Nope, not yet, but these, I think it's a 48-hour turn, so they should be ready by tomorrow, which means I got to pull cars out, move cars in, so we got time to build another train before those actually turn. I have not changed any configurations for industries here on this map, but I'm going to fly down. This must be Birmingham here. I mean, I'll look at the artwork they did on this city. major freeway going through. And I wish they had extended it out farther, but it's all right. It's all about this, not this. The lights. But I mean, look at all the buildings and everything. They really nice piece of work. So we have Norfolk Southern on one side, CSX on the other, or vice versa. I think there's the Amtrak station is on CSX line. So this is all Norfolk Southern. This is CSX. Lots of diamonds. Second Avenue stuff. I mean, look at this going all the way out. And this is what I was talking about before. A lot of land where, I mean, look at this. It goes all the way out and there's no vegetation. But this, BNSF, East Thomas Yard, heading out this way. So, I mean, there's more coming. It's really interesting how far they went out with some of these tracks. Looks like they're getting ready for a road right there. Alright, so continue up, continue heading north. And come around the corner, boom, receiving yard for Norris. Oh, that's the train that came in. This receiving yard was packed full, and it's, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 6 open tracks. A train did come in. I was talking about that earlier on in the beginning. These are all cars that go from on the western departure yard, or you can call it the forwarding yard, whatever you want to call it. I think they have it listed as a forwarding yard, so I think that's what NS calls it. Like Barstow would be called a departure yard. High rail is good. I don't think this is high rail. This is Run8 Studios, I believe. I could be wrong. That doesn't even make me second guess myself. But anyway, yeah. So you only have 10 tracks. We got these 3 over here, and then we got 7 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I think this would be the 7th one right here. Yeah, comes all the way back. So, and then this is what I was talking about. This is I would call it, like I said, the sorting yard. I'll get a look from this angle. This is, I think, is the sorting yard over here. And another potential industry right here that you could set up. It's not closed off. So, I mean, they do have some things to expand. Maybe something else right here and here. I mean, the industries are turned on. Are they? Yeah, industry tags are turned on. So, anyway, but yeah, and this is the sorting yard I was talking about, where you could, bring, whoops. Bring one of these strings of cars down here and start sorting them by industry, and then pull them back out and put them back on the departure track to go out. So lots of work to be done. Lots of work to be done. And I spent 2 days, pushing cars over the hump and trimming cars out to build all this. And it's not like this was empty to begin with, but I definitely packed them. And I've got these 2 over here. They're sorted and ready to go, but I use the external consist editor to do that. I thought it was. You're going to make me look. I know. It's either or, because honestly, a lot of the guys that work for High Rail also work for Run8 Studios. So let's see. Let's go here. I'm looking. I forgot Baldwin too was part of down there in the southeast. Forgot all about Baldwin. I haven't been down. I gotta go work down there. Let's see. Well, according to Run8's website, the only thing that they're showing, which is behind the times, is the CSX A-Line, Waycross, and Fitzgerald. But they also did Baldwin as well too. High rail simulations. Their products: CSX A-Line, Orlando, Florida to Folkston, Georgia, Waycross, Fitzgerald. But they don't even show Baldwin listed on their website. So, but I think AGS is actually a Run8 product. I mean, a Run8 Studios product and not a high rail product, because it's so new. I mean, I would imagine that it would be on their website, but I think high rail is all southeast. Whoops. So, all right, I'm gonna go jump into my Discord. If anybody wants to talk for a little bit, I will be there. It is now 1 o'clock California time. I might be up for about another hour trying to figure out what I want to do, how I want to do it, or what I can break. But I'm at a point, honestly, I need to push more cars over the hump, but I've got no room it's neither? Wait, what? So it's not, you're saying, okay, so Quincy says that AGS is neither. It's not Run8 Studios, and it's not high rail. Oh, it's not Run8 at all? Interesting. It's third party. Interesting. Okay, Devin. Let's see. He must be in. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know what to do. What I really need to do is I need to sort a train out and get a local out. That's what I really need to do. I need to empty out, and I don't have anything. I gotta go back and look, because I know there's a couple of these that pretty much are just like go off the map type, but for the most part, everything here I think is some type of local that needs to be worked. So I need help. Baldwin is J. Oh, you're talking about Are you talking? Let's see. Baldwin is Jason's. Okay. Oh yeah, he did say AGS is not Run8 at all. Interesting. And Baldwin is Jason's. Okay, so Jason did Baldwin, and okay, I gotcha. See, I mean, they're both. I mean, they work together, and then they got a third party in there. But I mean, whoever did this, honestly, it's a work of art. And it's interesting though that they don't have it listed anywhere as to who was responsible for it. But I mean, it is a work of art. It really is. Norris Yard Classification Humboldt, Tuscaloosa Yard, Birmingham Regional Intermodal Facility, BRI, which is where I was earlier. BNSF East Thomas Transfer Yard, CSX Bessemer Transfer Yard, Bessemer Yard, 32nd Street Yard, Mercedes Yard, 11 local jobs, 2 Amtrak station stops, NSAGS South Operations PDF document, and the user guide folder, which I already talked about and showed you guys. So anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. So Quincy, Katie, Karch, Who did I miss? DRR is there. Mother Slug, I know you're already asleep, but Happy New Year. Pretty much everybody was in here. Kerbo, all you guys, Happy New Year, man. Enjoy it. I will see you sometime maybe later today. No, not tomorrow, because I got things going on definitely on the 2nd. So, let's see. When I'm going to pull into R12. Why are you pulling into R12? Well, I'll meet you in Discord. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. Once again, my name is Kurt H. I'm the Lazy Farmer. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. I will catch you next time.